A TikTok user known as Granny CC recently shared a video entirely captured by a Ring doorbell camera. In the footage, her young son can be seen standing on the porch, speaking to someone who is invisible on screen. At first, it seems like innocent chatter until he says, "Dad." That's when the realization hits. The person he claims to be speaking to is his father, who had recently passed away.
Can I go, Grandma's? Come on. Let's go.
I want you.
She's got kind of
Dada! I'm just hanging me.
jacket for her.
Daddy hanging me. What?
Oh, wait. No, okay. Oop, come on, Clarence. I think my mom's got one. Okay.
What, Daddy?
That's what I was just about to ask. What did you say, bud? Did you say bye to?
I said bye. I said bye, Daddy.
What makes the clip even more intriguing is the audio. In the background, there is not just one, but two distinct voices responding to the boy, neither of which belongs to anyone in the video. The moment is subtle yet deeply unsettling, leaving viewers wondering whether the voices were simply background noise or something far more unexplainable. Even while some might find this unsettling, for her it was merely consoling. But I'm interested to hear your thoughts.
Can I go, Grandma's? Come on. Let's go. Let's go.
It was a quiet Sunday morning in St. Louis when 64-year-old Jacqueline Olden went out for her usual jog near the Anheuser-Busch Brewery. She'd run this route countless times before, but on October 18th, 2020, something went terribly wrong. Midway through her run, Olden collapsed on the sidewalk from what appeared to be a sudden heart attack. Struggling to her feet, she pulled out her phone, desperately trying to call for help. But before she could finish dialing, her body gave out again and she crumpled to the ground. That's when a white van rolled up. A man stepped out, not to check on her, not to offer assistance, but to lean over her motionless body and take the cell phone from her hands. Without a word, he climbed back into the driver's seat and sped away, leaving her lying there alone. Olden was rushed to the hospital, but doctors could do nothing. She was pronounced dead shortly after arriving. The entire disturbing act had been captured on surveillance cameras, footage that would soon help police identify the suspect. Within days, authorities arrested 35-year-old Brian Davenport, charging him with one count of stealing. The theft itself was horrifying enough, but what chilled the community most was the cold indifference, walking away with a dying woman's only lifeline. In recent years, protests that involve blocking roads have become more common, with activists using the disruption to draw attention to their causes. But in one heated encounter, a man decided he'd had enough. Wearing what appeared to be medical scrubs, he stormed up to a group of protesters, yanked their banner from their hands and hurled it over a nearby bridge. His voice was raw with frustration as he shouted, "I've got to go to work, get out of the way." The outburst made it clear he wasn't just inconvenienced, he was furious. Many online viewers pointed out that his clothing suggested he might be a nurse or another type of healthcare worker, which added another layer to the debate. Some sympathized with his urgency, imagining patients waiting for care. Others criticized his reaction, arguing that no matter the frustration, there could have been a more constructive way to handle the situation. Whatever side you fall on, one thing is certain: this clash raises tough questions about where the line should be drawn between civil protest and public obstruction. In March of this year, a chilling video surfaced on TikTok, filmed at the historic Hotel del Coronado in San Diego by two paranormal investigators known as Whispers del Segura. The landmark, which first opened its doors in 1888, has a long and storied history, having welcomed famous guests such as Thomas Edison, Marilyn Monroe, and Charlie Chaplin. But the hotel's most enduring resident is said to be the ghost of Kate Morgan, a young woman who in 1892 was found dead on the property under mysterious circumstances from a gunshot wound. Over the decades, the hotel has gained a reputation as one of the most haunted locations in California, but what these investigators recorded that day sent an entirely new wave of fear through viewers.
Are you a little boy? It's okay. Come here. It's okay. I don't know if my eyes are playing tricks on me, but it looks like it's going like back and forth. You see a movie? See a movie?
Oh.
It's okay.
No, wait.
It's
Come
okay.
back. Come back.
Where?
No, you come back. Go straight. Look straight. Towards me. No. Turn towards me like you were earlier. Put your back towards me.
The footage appears to show a small childlike figure moving past the doorway, leaving the investigators visibly stunned. Adding to the intrigue, a hotel employee later commented that they had witnessed something strikingly similar in the past, while skeptics try to explain the anomaly away, suggesting perhaps someone had walked across the balcony. The claim quickly fell apart, as there are no exterior balconies for the guest rooms at this hotel. The investigators remained firm in their belief that what they captured was genuine, further cementing the Hotel del Coronado's eerie reputation.
We had this footage for over a year. We filmed it at Hotel del Coronado, and we have so much more footage
So much.
that makes that footage look like a joke.
What do you think? Here's a wild one. When you're high on drugs, you might walk away from things that should put you in the hospital, but no one walks away from justice. That man diving from the balcony is Michael Marler, a resident of Manchester, UK. In the middle of a drug-fueled frenzy, he stabbed his girlfriend 15 times, killing her. Moments later, he hurled himself off a balcony roughly 25 feet high. Somehow he survived the fall, only to continue his rampage. He attempted to steal a vehicle, then stripped naked and attacked another random driver in the street. Later, Marler claimed he wouldn't hurt a spider if not for the drugs. But in the courtroom, those words meant nothing. Now he's serving a life sentence with more than enough time to reflect on the irreversible damage he caused. It starts off looking like a simple act of kindness, a man holding open a heavy door for an elderly woman. But if you watch closely, that help quickly takes a darker turn. As the woman passes, he subtly reaches into her pocket, stealing her belongings without her noticing. You can see him pause, glancing around to make sure no one is caught on. What he didn't realize was that there was a witness, a surveillance camera overhead. It's unclear how many times he's pulled this trick before, but given the clear footage, there's a good chance this will be the last time he gets away with it. On March 22, 2024, a devastating accident occurred at Icon Park in Orlando, Florida, involving the Orlando Freefall, a towering drop ride that plunges riders from 430 feet, tilting the seats forward 30 degrees before sending them down 20 stories in just 3.5 seconds. That evening, 14-year-old Tyre Sampson, a rising football talent standing 6 feet tall and weighing 380 pounds, lined up with friends to experience the thrill. Despite the ride's posted weight limit at 285 pounds, a staff member reportedly only 3 days into the job allowed him to board. When Tyre's harness wouldn't secure fully, the operator adjusted it with a wrench, creating extra space instead of stopping the ride. The decision would prove catastrophic. Bystanders filmed the entire event. While the most graphic moments remain unseen, the lead-up and aftermath are chilling enough.
Y'all ever been on here before?
Negative.
I've never had either.
That's great.
You know how you're going? 400.
Oh,
Hey, you take your seatbelt on the left side. Seatbelt.
nope.
Seatbelt.
Yeah.
As the ride braked near the end of its high-speed drop, Tyre slipped free from the harness and fell roughly 100 feet to the ground. The horrifying sequence revealed not only a failure in safety enforcement, but also how unprepared and undertrained the staff truly were.
Did you check it?
Yeah, the thing is under. Lights are going.
You guys are sure you checked it?
Yeah.
A final photo taken moments before the ride began shows Tyre's harness sitting dangerously high a visual warning that went unheeded. The free fall was immediately closed and never reopened. Tyre's family took legal action against the ride's manufacturer, but the company failed to appear in court, resulting in a one-day trial that ended with the family being awarded $310 million in damages. While Icon Park remains in operation, the Orlando Freefall has since been demolished, its legacy now tied to one of the most preventable amusement ride tragedies in recent memory. January 1st, 2024 in Suzu, Japan, a dashcam mounted inside a shuttle van captured one of the most harrowing moments of the Noto Peninsula's magnitude 7.6 earthquake. Though I've covered this disaster before, this particular footage stands out for its raw, unfiltered look at the chaos. The recording begins in calm stillness, with the elderly passenger seated as the driver steps outside. Then without warning, the ground convulses. The van rocks violently, throwing its occupants side to side as buildings outside collapse in rapid succession. Plumes of dust rise and swallow the streets. Screams of panic fill the vehicle, blending with the low roar of shifting earth. The shaking continues for more than a full minute. Roughly 3 minutes later, the camera shows a desperate flight uphill. Dozens of residents, children, seniors, and entire families abandon damaged cars and run on foot toward higher ground, driven by the looming threat of a tsunami. At 4:47 p.m., another dashcam in the same area records a massive wave sweeping through the street, swallowing vehicles, including the very shuttle van seen earlier. By some miracle, everyone inside survived. The local welfare organization later released the footage, not just a record of survival, but as a stark visual reminder for future disaster preparedness, an unflinching glimpse into the moments when nature strikes without mercy. On March 30th, 2017, a wave of outrage swept across the internet after a disturbing 12-second Snapchat clip surfaced. The footage showed a woman dangling from an apartment window, holding on with just one hand. What made it even more unsettling was that this wasn't an accidental recording. Someone was deliberately behind the camera, filming the terrifying moment. This wouldn't have been nearly as shocking if it had been a staged skit with a woman hanging just a few feet from the ground. But this was no act. They were on the 7th floor of the building. The horror deepened when viewers noticed the woman clinging to the window frame, pleading for help from the person filming. Instead of rushing to her aid, the woman behind the camera casually responded in Arabic, "Oh, crazy, come back," before continuing to record. What followed was even more disturbing. The woman filming was later identified as a Kuwaiti national, and the employer of the woman hanging from the window, Ethiopian domestic worker Adisk Sadiq. Sadiq had only been working for a new employer for 3 days, having arrived in Kuwait in 2014 under the controversial kafala system, a sponsorship arrangement in many Middle Eastern countries that binds migrant workers to a specific employer. Under kafala, sponsors often hold workers' passports, strip them of basic rights, and subject them to grueling conditions without fear of legal consequences. While the system promises steady pay and job security, in reality it traps many workers in a cycle of exploitation with no easy escape. Sadiq's situation quickly turned abusive. Her employer allegedly threatened her life and forced her into exhausting labor. On the day of the incident, things escalated to the point where Sadiq decided to flee. With no safe way out, she climbed through the apartment window, only to realize there was no ledge and she was suspended high above the ground. Desperately clinging to the narrow frame, she pleaded for help, but her employer never tried to pull her in. Instead, she kept filming. Below, the street carried on as if nothing was happening. Cars passed, pedestrians walked, unaware that a woman's life was hanging by a thread. Moments later, Sadiq's grip gave way and she plummeted several stories. The employer even filmed her motionless on the rooftop of an adjacent building. Public outrage exploded when the video went viral under the hashtag #EthiopiaFalling, prompting calls for human rights groups to address the abuse migrant workers face in the Gulf. Incredibly, Sadiq survived, having landed on the neighboring roof. Paramedics rushed her to the hospital where she was treated for a broken arm, nosebleeds, and mouth bleeding. The employer was arrested and charged with failing to help someone in distress, a crime under Kuwaiti law punishable by up to 3 years in prison, as well as filming and publishing footage without consent. She defended herself by claiming Sadiq had attempted suicide after demanding her salary and that she filmed the event as evidence in case the worker died. Prosecutors dismissed her claims, noting Sadiq had only worked for her 3 days and pointing to her callous remarks during the ordeal. Sadiq herself testified that she was trying to escape after being locked in the bathroom and threatened with death. Ultimately, the Kuwaiti appeals court sentenced the employer to 1 year and 8 months in prison. Sadiq was discharged from the hospital in August and returned to Ethiopia to reunite with her family, alive but deeply scarred from the ordeal. In 1999, at Howick Falls in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa, a 364-foot, 111-meter waterfall experienced base jumper Jeb Corliss attempted a leap that nearly claimed his life. Shortly after launching from the top, his parachute deployed unevenly, throwing him off course and into the waterfall's roaring current. The immense force of the water folded his canopy, slamming him repeatedly against the jagged rock face. He sustained devastating injuries, a broken back in 3 places, multiple fractured ribs, and a shattered foot. Despite the trauma, he miraculously survived. Rescue operations proved especially challenging due to the remote location and treacherous terrain. Emergency crews needed several hours to reach him, carefully extracting him from the scene. The harrowing experience became a turning point in Corliss's career, profoundly influencing how he assessed and approached the extreme risks of his sport going forward. You don't see this kind of thing every day. A Navy serviceman and his family had just settled into their new home, chosen for its close proximity to his base. But instead of enjoying the peace and quiet, they kept walking up to find trash scattered across their yard. After it happened one too many times, he decided to install a security camera to find out who or what was responsible. The footage was unbelievable. Cars were driving straight across his lawn, using it as a shortcut and tossing garbage out their windows as they went. This wasn't a rare occurrence. It had clearly been happening for a while. Whether the bigger offense is the deep tire ruts in his grass or the blatant littering is up for debate. But one thing's certain, it might be time to put up some serious barriers before his yard turns into a public dumping ground. Some videos leave you with more questions than answers, and this is definitely one of them. What's clear is that someone stumbled upon a massive monster truck tire and decided it would make the perfect prop for a TikTok stunt. Their plan? Roll the enormous wheel down a set of subway stairs. To their credit, they and their friends did warn people to clear the way, but things quickly went wrong. The tire slipped from their control, bouncing its way down before crashing onto the subway tracks.
Yeah, brat, excuse me. Let's go.
From there, the clip cuts off, leaving the ending a mystery. One thing's certain, if they don't remove it fast, that single stunt could put hundreds of passengers in danger.
We're gonna try to get the tire out. One by one. Get the tire out.
I think we're possible. I think it's possible, man. I think it's possible.
enough?
Now
This kind of meltdown is unfortunately nothing new when a customer doesn't get their way, but this one takes it to the extreme. The woman completely trashed the entire convenience store, sending items flying and leaving aisles in chaos. No one seems to know exactly what sparked her rage, but whatever it was, it's safe to say she's now facing a much bigger problem, potential criminal charges and a likely trip to jail. Poor worker that had to clean that up though. In Miami Beach, 29-year-old Kylie Holland was heading to the trash room on the 9th floor on the luxury high-rise when an elevator opened and an armed intruder stepped out. At gunpoint, he forced her back into the apartment where fiancé Jacob Kirstein and his friend were watching the Stanley Cup Finals.
He pointed the gun at us, said, "Get on the floor. I'm taking all your cash." So we got on the floor and he's like, "I need 3,500 or I'm not leaving." I started to stand up and I was like, relax, like, we got you. We're going to take care of you. And he just pistol whipped me right in the head. Immediately, there was a mirror right in front of me and I saw blood just shooting like a water gun out of my head.
The suspect ordered all three into the elevator, making them believe they were about to be executed.
I started thinking about my family, not being ready to leave them behind. The fact that, okay, I might actually die here today. Never been in a situation like that before. I've never felt more defenseless in my life.
But when the doors opened in the lobby, they screamed for help. Startled, the gunman fled. Police quickly caught 31-year-old Brian Lopez just a few blocks away. The stolen phones he carried led officers directly to him.
Luckily, we were robbed by the world's dumbest criminal. He left his bag in our kitchen with his ID.
Authorities later told the victims they were lucky to be alive.
They just kept saying, "You guys have no idea how lucky you are. This never plays out like this, where you guys survive and we catch the guy."
This clip exposes a disturbing breach of trust between a caregiver and a vulnerable patient. The footage shows the woman entrusted with looking after an elderly person, secretly taking items that don't belong to her. Investigators later revealed that she was battling a serious gambling addiction, and her thefts were unlimited to cash. She also pocketed jewelry and even precious foreign metals, robbing her patients of belongings that carried deep sentimental value. Many of her victims suffered from dementia or Alzheimer's, making them less likely to notice or report her crimes. It's a chilling reminder that abuse can sometimes come from those who are supposed to protect and care for the most vulnerable. In China's Yunnan province, a deeply unsettling accident involved a 60-year-old woman who, according to local reports, was riding an elevator for the very first time. Some sources claim she was also deaf and mute, though that detail remains unverified. The incident took place inside a residential complex where she had been helping family members move bottled water. Left alone inside the lift, her unfamiliarity quickly turned to panic as the doors began to shut. What happened next was nothing short of terrifying. Overcome by fear, the woman desperately tried to force the doors back open. In doing so, she triggered the elevator's safety system, halting the car between two floors. Spotting a narrow gap between the cab and the outer wall, she attempted to climb through, but tragically became wedged at the waist, trapped between steel and concrete. Her cries of distress filled the shaft until her son, hearing her, rushed to alert security and emergency crews. Firefighters arrived swiftly but faced a grueling task, dismantling the elevator piece by piece to reach her. After more than 40 harrowing minutes, she was finally freed. Miraculously, she survived with only minor injuries, her condition stable despite the ordeal. Relationships can be beautiful, but they can also carry deep pain, the kind that builds quietly until one day it explodes. On the evening of April 5th, 2023 in Prince William County, Virginia, near Fortuna Center Plaza on Dumfries Road, life moved along like any other day, until it didn't. Inside a 2007 Chrysler 300 sat 34-year-old Mustafa Al-Azhari behind the wheel, with his girlfriend Dorothy Fontaine by his side and her 5-year-old daughter Empress in the back seat. To anyone watching, they looked like just another family on the road, but no one outside that car knew the storm that was about to break. Reports later revealed that Mustafa and Dorothy had been arguing, a fight that had sparked before and on this night escalated over Dorothy's ex-boyfriend. Each mouth only added fuel to the fire, tensions rising until words weren't enough, and something much darker took over. The result was horrifying. In the aftermath, petitions flooded in. Supporters pleaded for charges to be dropped, painting Mustafa as a victim rather than a killer. But there was no evidence, no reports, no inspection, just claims that didn't line up with reality. Only 2 days after the crash, on April 7th, 2023, police arrested him. He's been behind bars ever since, his case winding through courtrooms filled with conflicting testimonies, legal twists, and family outcry. His brother has spoken publicly, insisting Mustafa could never hurt anyone, yet the Dash campaign's a chillingly different story.
If my brother had a drop of guilt, we would not be here for him. We believe my brother is innocent. We believe that this was a horrible accident. We believe that. And I believe the evidence is going to show the truth.
What haunts most is Dorothy's final moments, the fear etched into her face, the silence in the car, and how Mustafa never even flinched. The trial remains ongoing, but two facts are undeniable. Dorothy and her daughter Empress are gone, and someone is to blame. That's what makes this case so terrifying. Was it a split-second loss of control, a mechanical failure, or a calculated act of revenge? We may never know what truly raced through Mustafa's mind in those final seconds, but the question lingers, heavy and unresolved. If it wasn't intentional, then why drive headfirst into death? This clip was captured by a bystander on the busy streets of Madrid back in 2018. The man performing the stunt is Pedro Volta, a professional escape artist known for pushing the limits of human endurance. On this day, he attempted to free himself from a straitjacket while completely submerged in a water tank, a spectacle meant to captivate the crowd. But the performance quickly spiraled out of control, and what began as an entertainment turned into a life-or-death emergency, all caught on camera. Volta, despite his experience, suddenly stopped moving inside the tank. Panic spread as it became clear something had gone terribly wrong. Onlookers rushed to pull him out, working frantically to save his life. Later, Volta admitted he had burned through too much energy struggling against a straitjacket, leaving him seconds away from drowning. By sheer luck and fast action from those nearby, he survived. The harrowing ordeal serves as a stark reminder of how dangerous escape artistry can be, even for the most seasoned performers.
Right here, handprints of shit all over the entire room. Your feet just stick to all the shit in there. That's the nastiest house I've ever been in.
Police responding to a call about possible child abuse arrived at what they would later call a house of horrors. Body cam footage revealed the squalid conditions inside, a home overrun with trash, animal feces, and insects coating the floors, walls, and even the furniture. This was the environment 3 children were being forced to live in.
Yeah. Can you go ahead?
Go ahead and put your ankle on your back for me. May I ask what's going on?
All right, right now you are under arrest for child sexual assault. Okay, we're not going to talk about it while we're here. We'll talk about it back at the police department, okay?
Adding to the horror, one of the adults in the home faced allegations of sexual assault, accusations he later admitted were true.
There's the part door was like this when you move, but not the junk one over there.
Trade you for a sec. Ooh. She's like, we're trying to clean up. You go in this room, and it looks like you just put shit all over your hands and like all over the place.
It was a disturbing scene in every sense. Thankfully, the youngsters have since been removed from those conditions and are now out of harm's way. What began as a birthday celebration ended in tragedy at 4:15 p.m. on February 22, 2025 in Panama City, Florida. A moment of road rage turned deadly at the intersection of US 231 and Harrison Avenue. 48-year-old Joanne Park Garner, a single mother of 2, had spent the day celebrating her birthday with her daughter, 19-year-old Meryl Lee Lewis, and 2 others. They had just left a Mardi Gras parade, their red GMC Terrain filled with beads, laughter, and plans for dinner. But behind them, a gray Dodge Ram driven by 21-year-old Ivy Bella Encino with 23-year-old Jubal Simmons in the passenger seat was about to change everything. Police say words were exchanged between the 2 cars. What started with honking and shouting escalated until Meryl Lee stepped out of the GMC, approached the Ram, and struck Encino. The confrontation was brief, just seconds long, before both women returned to their vehicles. But moments later, everything unraveled.
Oh my gosh.
There's 2 people shot!
Just hold pressure on it. Don't move her. No,
They're trying to perform CPR. Looks like somebody's on the ground.
Without warning, police alleged Simmons pulled out a gun and opened fire directly into the terrain. Shots cracked through the air like thunder, tearing through what had been a joyful evening. Both Joanne and Meryl Lee were struck in the chest. Stray bullets even hit a nearby car, narrowly missing more lives. Joanne was rushed to the hospital, but she did not survive. Meryl Lee was left fighting for her life in critical condition, clinging on in the ICU. Her chest injuries were so severe she required a ventilator to breathe. The suspects tried to run, and Encino and Simmons sped from the scene, only to collide with a police cruiser moments later. Their vehicle was disabled. Simmons bolted on foot, but was quickly caught. Within minutes, what started as a petty traffic dispute had escalated into gunfire, a police chase, and felony arrests. Both Encino and Simmons were charged with attempted murder, battery, and tampering with evidence. On March 13, 2025, they stood in Bay County Court and pleaded not guilty. Meanwhile, Meryl Lee remained in critical condition, her recovery uncertain. A GoFundMe created by a family friend painted a heartbreaking picture. It described how Meryl Lee had been taken off life support only to be placed back on it, how her future may involve months of rehabilitation, and how her younger brother David was left without his mother. All of this over a traffic dispute. A celebration turned to chaos, a family torn apart, a son now grieving, a daughter trapped in a long fight for survival. The haunting part is how ordinary it all seemed before. A drive after a parade, a mother's birthday, a family on their way to dinner. Then in broad daylight, everything changed. This footage, filmed in Java, Indonesia, captures a heart-stopping disaster as it unfolds. A passenger train barrels forward and slams directly into a truck, stranded across the tracks. The impact is immediate and catastrophic. Metal crunches, sparks ignite, and within seconds, a towering fireball erupts, engulfing the scene in smoke and flames. Observe. Amazingly, despite the scale of destruction, no lives were lost. Company officials later confirmed that the train itself continued moving after the blast, eventually grinding to a halt while hanging precariously over a nearby bridge. Most passengers walked away with only minor injuries, though one man was seriously hurt after leaping from the train into the river below in a frantic attempt to escape. While local outlets reported wildly on the event, investigators still have not provided a clear explanation for how such a disastrous chain of events was allowed to happen. In recent years, TikTok has leaned heavily into online shopping, largely because of the enormous revenue it generates. One of its most successful strategies has been integrating live streams into the platform, allowing sellers to showcase products in real time while viewers can instantly purchase them or browse reviews with a single tap. But in the case of one particular handbag, a chilling review surfaced that disturbed thousands of viewers. The now deleted clip, recorded in a dark room, was screen captured by another user before it vanished, ensuring it wouldn't be lost entirely.
Our 15 inches, okay? 15 inches toter bag, and well, it's a perfect.
The video showed someone holding up the handbag while, in the background, a child could be heard screaming for help. The written review casually read 10 out of 10 love this bag, it's so spacious. Adding to the unease, the seller responded to the review without acknowledging the disturbing audio. As the clip spread rapidly across TikTok, concerned users flooded the seller's profile with questions and alerts. The company later claimed to have escalated the matter to TikTok's internal investigative team and even issued a public statement. While some suspected it was a twisted prank, one baffling detail stood out. Why hide such a disturbing video in the review section of an obscure product, buried under thousands of others? The unsettling mystery remains unanswered. Take a look at this shocking footage in Turkey. The collapse of the mine has been described by workers as resembling the flow of a rushing river. According to Turkish media, at least 9 miners remain trapped underground. Because this is an underground mine rather than an open pit site, the urgency to act quickly is even greater. Every moment counts in the effort to save those inside. As of now, however, no further updates have been released since the initial reports of the disaster. Sometimes the most frightening journeys are the ones that barely leave the ground. On January 31st, 2025, a flight meant to save lives instead became the scene of unspeakable tragedy. It was Medjet Flight 056, a Learjet 55 with the tail number XAUI built in 1982, a plane nearly 40 years old. That evening, it was tasked with a medevac mission, carrying hope instead of passengers. At exactly 6:06 p.m., the jet lifted off from Northeast Philadelphia Airport, bound for Tijuana International Airport in Mexico, with a scheduled refuel stop in Springfield, Missouri. On board were 6 souls: 11-year-old Valentina Guzman Murillo, her mother Liz, Captain Alan Alejandro, his co-pilot Jose de Jesus, Dr. Raul Meza, and a paramedic named Rodrigo. Valentina had just completed treatment for a life-threatening illness, and they were finally heading home, but seconds after takeoff, everything changed. Barely 40 seconds into flight, the aircraft disappeared from radar. By 6:07 p.m., it had crashed less than 3 miles from the runway. The final data showed the Learjet at just 1,275 feet, moving at over 448 kilometers per hour, but plummeting at a terrifying descent rate of 11,000 feet per minute, as if ripped straight from the sky. The jet tore into a residential neighborhood, colliding with buildings and vehicles before erupting into a massive fireball. The impact destroyed 4 homes, damaged 11 more, and sent shockwaves through local businesses. Eyewitnesses described the blast as a bomb going off. All 6 on board were killed instantly. 2 more people on the ground also lost their lives, with 1 seriously injured and more than 20 others left with physical or psychological wounds. What investigators found made the loss even harder to bear. The cockpit voice recorder, the one device that could have revealed the final moments, had not worked in years. On March 6, 2025, the NTSB confirmed it was completely inoperative, leaving the cause of the disaster unknown. No distress calls, no warnings, just silence, followed by devastation. Some experts suspected a catastrophic technical failure. Others blamed weather conditions. But without that recorder, there are no answers, only haunting questions. A jet filled with hope fell from the sky like a dying star, carrying a child who had just fought her way back to life, only to be betrayed by a machine that had been allowed to fly with broken safeguards. Not a crime of malice, but of neglect, of overlooked maintenance, and of one critical repair that never came until it was far too late. It's a terrifying scene inside a Walmart, an ordinary day that suddenly turned into chaos. Shoppers had no idea a knife-wielding man was lurking among them, ready to strike. The surveillance footage captures the horror as it unfolds. The attacker, wearing a green backpack, suddenly lunges at its first victim. She collapses instantly, and before anyone can react, he drives forward again, stabbing without hesitation. Another shopper is next, clutching his stomach in agony as he falls. Then a man walking nearby is targeted. He too goes down as panic spreads through the store. A woman realizes what's happening and bolts for her life, but the attacker doesn't stop. He sets his sights on a man pushing a shopping cart, stabbing him before turning to yet another unsuspecting victim. Finally, he sprints toward the exit, leaving a trail of wounded people behind. In the parking lot, the rampage continues. He violently knocks a woman to the ground, but this time, someone fights back. A quick-thinking shopper rams into him with a cart, slowing the chaos just enough for help to arrive. By the end of the rampage, 11 people had been stabbed. Miraculously, despite the brutal attacks, every single one of them survived. As of the video's recording, the suspect is scheduled for a competency hearing. He entered a not guilty plea. People are always in a rush, cutting corners, speeding the light, trying to shave seconds off their day, but impatience has a cost, and sometimes that cost is everything. On May 2nd, 2022, at about 5:39 a.m., Pompano Beach, Florida, 27-year-old Jacob Bresnan was behind the wheel of his pickup truck near Northwest 6th Street and North Dixie Highway. It was a familiar intersection, one locals drive through daily without thinking twice. But this morning, fate would take a different turn. That same moment, a Bright Line train, a high-speed rail connecting cities like Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and Orlando, was barreling down the tracks, capable of reaching nearly 80 miles per hour. The crossing gates were down, warning lights were flashing, alarms were blaring. Every signal told Jacob to stop. Instead, he made a decision that would alter countless lives in seconds. Jacob drove around the lowered gate. Moments later, the Bright Line train struck his truck with devastating force, Too fast to avoid, too powerful to survive. First responders rushed to the scene and transported him to the hospital, but it was already too late. He didn't make it. Passengers on the train were unharmed, but the crossing was closed for hours. The wreckage a grim reminder of what impatience can cost. Jacob wasn't just a driver that day. He was a father of 4, 2 biological children, 2 stepchildren, and his fiancée was expecting another baby that September. His best friend launched a GoFundMe that raised more than $210,000 to cover funeral expenses and support the children's future, but no donation could bring back the man they lost. Online, people debated what happened. Some called it driver error. Others said it was a deliberate choice to try to outrun the train. Either way, one truth remained. Had Jacob waited just 30 more seconds, he would have lived to see his baby born, to raise his children, to be there for all the moments that now will never come. Instead, a split-second decision turned into a lifetime of grief. This TikTok was posted by a woman who captured a deeply unsettling moment on camera. She wasn't driving the car, she was sitting in the passenger seat when she noticed something strange behind them. A vehicle appeared to be following closely, trailing them for an uncomfortably long time. What began as mild concern quickly shifted into real fear as the car refused to back off. That's when she decided to start recording, likely as a form of protection or evidence in case the situation escalated.
Car has been it's been following us. Like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, do you see that? Why does he keep doing that? Oh my god, we can get away. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, what is he? No, he's still following us. I got his license plate. He's being pulled over. He's being pulled over. He's being pulled over. Just slow down, slow down. He's being pulled over. He has to stop at the stop sign.
900 feet, turn right onto Northeast.
Oh my god, why is he following us? Police is chasing him. What the f is wrong? He's literally getting pulled over and he's still chasing us. What the hell is wrong with this guy?
For a brief moment, the trailing car pulled up beside them, but eerily, no one inside could be clearly identified. Even more disturbing when a police vehicle got involved. The mysterious car still refused to stop, ignoring repeated signals to pull over. The driver's true intentions remain a mystery, but one thing is clear. Whoever was behind the wheel had no good reason to keep pursuing them, especially with law enforcement in plain sight. On July 21, 2021, Jake Borba, his wife Victoria, and their 3-year-old son Caden went off-roading near the Sierra National Forest in Madera County, California. The day had been smooth and uneventful until they decided to pull over for a short break. That's when Caden suddenly became frantic, pointing toward a nearby field. When Jake and Victoria asked what was wrong, he shouted that he saw a blue-haired woman lying face down in the grass with her legs bent upward. While Victoria tried to soothe them, Jake walked into the field to investigate. Despite searching thoroughly, he found no one. Unnerved, they left and later shared the experience on Facebook. The post caught the attention of local police, who revealed that a woman matching Caden's description had recently gone missing in the same area, prompting even local news outlets to interview the family.
He says, she needs our help, but she's dead. And she's laying face down with her legs up. And she can't talk to me, but she's over there. We need to go help her.
That missing woman was Sandra Hughes, an experienced outdoors woman. She had embarked on a camping trip near the Sierra National Forest but was never seen again. Her car was later discovered wrecked in a ravine. Oddly, instead of seeking help, Sandra seemed to have wandered deeper into the wilderness with little or no supplies. Multiple hunters reported seeing her in the days following her disappearance, but none realized she was missing, and she never called out for assistance. She vanished soon after, unless of course, Caden truly saw her that day in the field.
Describes down to blue hair. He said she has a black shirt, blue jeans, and blue hair, Mom. I hope that he could have at least helped and maybe helped the family.
Authorities searched the exact spot where Caden claimed to have seen the mysterious figure, but nothing was found. To this day, Sandra Hughes remains a missing person, and her fate is still unknown. This video is both terrifying and hard to believe. At first glance, you can clearly see a massive blaze consuming the structure, but the most shocking detail isn't the fire itself, it's where it's happening. The flames are tearing through a brand new water park in Sweden, a place that had only just opened its doors. The clip was filmed by bystanders on February 12, 2024, as they passed the scene, which should have been a spot filled with fun and excitement had instead turned into a dangerous inferno. Dozens of tourists were left dangling nearly 74 meters above the ground when a giant swing ride suddenly stopped midair during a violent storm at Six Flags Mexico on August 18th. Heavy rain and fierce winds swept through Mexico City, forcing the park to shut down several attractions.
No está comiendo un asador con nosotros.
One passenger pulled out their phone and captured the terrifying moment. The footage shows riders suspended in motionless wings as dark clouds roll overhead, chains swaying wildly in the storm while rain poured down. Some riders clung desperately to their seats, bracing against the gusts, their fear written across their faces. Witnesses say the ordeal lasted about 10 minutes before operators were finally able to bring the swings back down to safety. Thankfully, no one was injured. Park visitor Omar Hernandez Medrano told Fox News that being stuck at the top in the heavy rain felt like an eternity. In 2013, a Flickr user known as This Name Can't Be Taken uploaded a photo that has continued to unsettle viewers ever since. The image itself was originally taken years earlier, on July 5, 2004, during what seemed like a simple hiking trip in the forests in New Hampshire. At first glance, the picture looks ordinary enough. A climber stands clearly in frame, and another hiker can be seen near the top right corner, both obviously part of the group. But the unease comes from its strange face, faint yet visible, just to the left. None of the hikers knew who it was. No one recalled seeing a stranger nearby, and the figure didn't belong to anyone in their group. When the uploader later noticed the anomaly while revisiting old pictures, she began digging for answers. She carefully checked every photo she had ever taken with that particular camera, trying to rule out something like a double exposure or a technical glitch. Nothing else came close to resembling the mysterious face. To put any doubts to rest, she even uploaded the untouched photo file along with the original EXIF data to Reddit, demonstrating that it hadn't been digitally altered. Despite her efforts, no one could provide a definitive explanation. Some speculated it was an unnoticed passerby. Others suggested it was something paranormal, an apparition caught by chance. Yet after countless theories, the truth remained elusive. Now almost 2 decades later, the photograph still stands as one of those unnerving mysteries, a frozen moment in time that continues to blur the line between the explainable and the unexplainable.
Get a second chance, how you gonna turn this here around, okay? So your life ain't over, you just need a second chance. So that's what you need to dwell on and pray about. A second chance, and sit down and think about how you gonna make this happen, and obey your parents, and come in, come home on time, come in, come home. Number one, streets don't love you, we love you, not the streets. You see what the streets?
In a sterile, frigid interrogation room sits a 15-year-old boy. Just concrete walls, a table, and a chair designated for someone who'd done something truly horrible. Not a space designed for feelings, and he did. He is going to face murder charges. His grandmother is seated across from him, not a police officer or attorney, simply a grandmother who continues to visit her grandchild rather than a felon.
Oh, baby. Grandma, you okay? I'm sorry you got to go through this, but all you had to do was listen to your parents. Okay? Okay? I don't know how things gonna turn out for you. I ain't got no idea how nothing gonna turn out. No idea at all.
She gives him a much-needed hug and some scathing counsel. She seems to be attempting to patch things up one final time before the system takes control. The child refuses to let go of his grandmother as the repercussions of his behavior loom huge. For a long time, that would be their final embrace. Later, the teenager received a sentence of 35 years in prison.
No, nothing this second. I told y'all don't tell me nothing. Didn't I tell you that? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, baby.
So I'm so sorry you got to go through what you're going through. But if God help you out of this, please get yourself together, baby. And it's going to take a miracle. It's going to take a miracle that we don't have. You can turn me loose now.
Is the Kool-Aid Man challenge familiar to you? It's going to, though. According to the surveillance, a bunch of people are racing around and breaking down fences because they find it amusing. The speed at which these children are sprinting as they collide with a barrier and the damage they cause are captured in a video taken from beyond the gate. It appears that again another excellent generation has been destroyed by the internet. What started as a simple tow job in Washington state quickly turned into a rolling disaster. On July 30th, 2025, CCTV captured a red car breaking free from its tow strap, not once, but twice, before careening down a hill and smashing straight into the front of a pho and teriyaki restaurant. The crash left the shopfront mangled and caused significant damage, but the chaos didn't end there. On a third attempt, the tow failed yet again, this time dragging the car into a bush before the entire effort was finally abandoned. The Pierce County Sheriff's Office released the footage as a warning, reminding everyone of exactly how not to tow a vehicle. Deputies are still trying to identify the white SUV responsible for this mess, and they're asking for the public's help. One thing's for sure, when you cut corners with safety, it's not your car that pays the price. Sometimes, a whole business can suffer the fallout. Amina Abakarova, a 40-year-old chess coach from Dagestan, Russia, was allegedly involved in a chilling plot during the Dagestan Chess Championship in August 2024. Security footage shows her approaching the chessboard intended for her opponent, European champion Umayganat Osmanova, and deliberately smearing a substance, reportedly liquid mercury, on the board in pieces. Shortly after, Osmanova fell ill mid-game, complaining of dizziness, nausea, and a metallic taste. A medical response consisted with mercury exposure. The poison was discovered quickly, prompting tournament officials to halt play and alert authorities. The Russian Chess Federation immediately suspended Abakarova from competition, pending investigation and threatened a lifetime ban, depending on the outcome. Regional officials expressed shock, noting the attempt endangered not only the opponent, but all players present. Abakarova reportedly admitted her motive was personal hostility, claiming Osmanova treated her or her relatives poorly after a tiebreak loss in a prior tournament. Fortunately, Osmanova recovered and continued in the tournament, placing second. Abakarova now faces criminal charges and possibly years in prison. Police officer, someone sworn to uphold the law, abused that trust in one of the most disturbing ways imaginable. 27-year-old Officer Marcin Zielinski of Hertfordshire Police stood in a woman's home under the authority of a search warrant, but instead of acting with integrity, he did something vile. During the Section 32 search on September 12, 2024, Zielinski stole an item of the woman's underwear. Yes, while in uniform, under the pretense of carrying out his duty, he violated the very people he was meant to protect. It wasn't a mistake. It wasn't an accident. It was calculated and perverse. An internal investigation quickly uncovered his actions. and Zelensky was suspended from duty at Cambridge Crown Court. His disgrace was laid bare for everyone to see. The judge sentenced him to 4 months in prison, stripping away the badge he never deserved to wear. What makes this case especially repulsive is that police officers are entrusted with the highest levels of access into people's lives and homes. To exploit that trust for something so degrading is more than just theft. It's a betrayal of the public, an act that stains the reputation of the force he represented. Zelensky may only serve a short prison term, but the damage is lasting. The people of Hertfordshire will remember that the man who once patrolled their streets chose to indulge his sick impulses instead of his sworn duty to protect. Check out this guy riding his bike before something explosive happens. I don't know about you, but I think getting back on after that is crazy. Russia in 2024, when a turbine generator caught fire, the temperature in this warehouse skyrocketed. Security footage showed the warehouse filling with smoke, and a moment later, the generator caught fire.
Go back to your country. Go back to your country. We don't welcome black people. Black people should go. Go back to Africa.
This woman makes some disgusting comments towards these individuals, and it only gets worse. But all of this is a nice ending. After being made fun of by those she is insulting, she simply gets up and walks away. Naturally, this also implies that she insulted individuals after leaving the street, which raises additional concerns.
You look so ugly with your dark skin color. Go back to your country. Do you eat watermelon? I'm going to send this to my boyfriend because he's white and he's your master.
The local police agency attacked this man while he was smoking outside his Mansfield, Ohio residence.
For what? For what? What are y'all bothering me for? No. Yeah. No. I'm on camera, no. No, I'm not stepping off the porch. Step off the porch. Zaire! Step off the porch. I'm not stop grabbing me. What are you grabbing me for, bro? What the fuck? What are y'all doing? Stop. I didn't do nothing, bro. What the on my stomach. Man, what are y'all doing, bro? Man, what are y'all doing, bro? Watch your door. Man, what the y'all doing to me? What the are you talking about? Get your hands behind your back. Get your hand behind your back. Why are you kicking me? No one's kicking you. Yes, he is, dude. Stop. Man, I didn't even do nothing. I'm sitting on the porch about to smoke.
He is unwilling to leave the porch. Additionally, he appears to be giving no resistance, yet he is swiftly pulled down and taken into custody. It seems excessive, doesn't it? What, after all, went wrong with him?
What are y'all bothering me for? What did y'all approach me for? I said, what did y'all approach me for? All of this is on camera. This is perfect. Cool, it's 4 more. I didn't do nothing. What did I do? What did I do? We didn't have time to talk to you about that. What did I do? Y'all didn't say nothing.
The police later clarified that despite the man's protest in the video going viral, it just represents a small part of a bigger incident. The 26-year-old suspect was accused of resisting arrest and impeding official business, and he had an unidentified warrant from another law enforcement agency.
Who are you? What did I do?
Who are you?
What did I do? Oh.
We could just sit in jail.
What did I do? What did I do? I'm asking now. What did I do? Ordering in a high-stress, high-crime area. This is my house. We don't know that. What do you mean? I'm on the porch. It's my house.
We asked you to step down.
I don't have to. This is my house.
asked you to step down and
This
talk
is
to
my
us.
house. I don't have to talk
What
to
is your
y'all.
name?
I don't have to talk to y'all.
What is your name?
Call a sergeant. I want to see a supervisor.
I'll do you one better. I'll do you one better.
Sergeant, I want a supervisor.
You want the sergeant or the lieutenant?
I just want a supervisor.
You got two of them here.
I want the supervisor. What are y'all bothering me for?
Hello. All right.
Zaire, call my mom. They just walked on this porch and beat my ass. Who is this? It don't matter who I am. Y'all didn't have no reason to approach me. I'm on the porch trying to smoke.
The event is being investigated to see if the police's use of force was warranted, but it appears that they could have handled things far better. However, we are all aware of the outcome of those reviews. I would prefer to hear your thoughts on it. Tell me in the comments, please. A YouTube channel known as IP Expedientes Acudo CD Juarez shared footage that has quickly gone viral for all the wrong reasons. The clip, reportedly filmed somewhere in South America, has left viewers unsettled in questioning what they just witnessed. The video begins with a seemingly ordinary scene, a young girl playing innocently in a quiet town square, but within moments, the calm atmosphere is shattered. Her dress suddenly jerks backward, yanked as if by invisible hands. The force is strong enough to send her stumbling off balance, and what makes it even more chilling is that nothing visible explains the movement. Reactions online have been intense. Many viewers insist this is undeniable evidence of something paranormal, perhaps a spirit reaching out and interacting with a girl. Others, more skeptical, argue that there could be rational explanations. Some suggested a hidden fishing line, while others claimed it might have been an unusual gust of wind, yet no clear signs of wires, tricks, or tampering can be seen. That's what makes this video so haunting. With no solid explanation, the footage continues to puzzle viewers and leaves one eerie possibility lingering in the air, that a playful ghost may have briefly revealed itself in broad daylight. Make sure to appropriately divide the weight if you're planning to ride your bike with a friend, or at the very least, wear a helmet. On February 8th, a young boy playfully threw firecrackers at a manhole cover without realizing he was going to set off a horrifying explosion that sent the manhole cover hurtling into the air. The boy was knocked to the ground by the force of the explosion, and amazingly, a dozen nearby manhole covers exploded as well, sending bricks and debris flying in all directions while smoke filled the air. Locals hurried the boy to the hospital, where fortunately his life was not in danger despite the chaos. The entire horrifying episode was filmed by surveillance cameras, which raises the question of whether this could have been prevented with more attentive adult supervision. This is 22-year-old Jonathan Cueto. On April 14, 2025, police in West Palm Beach, Florida responded to calls about an assault in a neighborhood street. What they didn't know yet was that the entire incident had been captured on video. The footage shows Cueto pulling up in his Dodge Charger and stepping out to confront a group of teenagers riding their bikes and popping wheelies in the roadway. Words were exchanged, but the situation escalated fast. Witnesses say Cueto shoved one of the teens to the ground, then threw him against a fence before pinning him down and striking him repeatedly. The victim was only 15 years old.
They were just like talking back and forth. Okay. And then he got out and then it escalated to them right there. And he was like standing up on him and he pushed him off. And he got on top of him on the sidewalk right here. Okay. And then he pushed him up and like threw him into that fence. Okay. And then after that, they went there. He put him down right there, and he started like beating him in.
So how many people total were on the bikes doing their thing, wheeling him down the street?
One person.
It was only him.
It was just
Him?
And
Who are you
I was
guys?
just riding behind him. They weren't even with us. They were way farther back.
So you weren't involved?
No, we were in the back. But
Okay.
Can crash, something happened.
So I'll take a look at the video and I'll talk to you guys
Oh, and
separately.
also he knocked my phone out of my hand and shattered.
Yeah, I got that on
Your
video.
phone shattered?
I got it on video.
Okay.
And I got the video like while it happened too. I was recording.
The teen shouted for Cueto to stop, recording the entire altercation on their phones. One can be heard yelling, "That's a kid. You just punched a 15-year-old." Others screamed at him to get off before calling the police. The video ends with Cueto walking calmly back to his car, saying, "I've already been to jail. I don't care." Then he drove away as if nothing had happened.
Get back in your V6 Charger. Get on, bro. That's your husband? He's fat. I don't know. He's pissed off for nothing. He's an obese fat. You fat. You ain't gonna do shit. Grown ass fucking man. Get on somewhere, you fat ass. Yo, Michael. Yo, on God, you're a dumbass. That's on video. Yeah, you a dumbass. Yo.
Take that fucking helmet off. I'll show you what I fucking do.
Yo, get the fuck off him. Yo, get the fuck off him. Yo, I'm calling the fucking cops, you fat
That's a kid.
Yo, get the fuck off him. That's a fucking kid. 15-year-old fucking kid. 15-year-old kid. Yo, get him. Yo, call the fucking cops. I got it on video. Yo, dude, call the fucking cops. Call the fucking cops. Grown ass fucking man. Yo, get the fuck off him, you fat.
Hey, get off of me, bro.
Yo, let go. Let go. Let go. Let go. Then get the fuck off him. Get the fuck off him. Go back to your fucking Charger, you fat. You're going to fucking jail, dumbass. You're going to fucking jail, dumbass. You're going to fucking jail, dumbass. You're going to jail. You just punched a fucking kid, dumbass. I already got it. I already got it. I already got it. See, I already got it. I already got it. I already got it. Yo. Oh, you're dumb. I got it. See, don't trip. Get back in here.
When officers arrived, they reviewed the footage and gathered witness statements. The teens insisted they were riding legally in the right lane when Cueto lost his temper. Police reminded them that wheelies in traffic often trigger complaints, but it was clear Cueto had taken things much further than words.
Because typically people wouldn't stop down the street, get out of their car, and then just start something with somebody for no reason.
I understand.
So the reason I say that is because we've dealt with each other before.
Yeah.
With the whole bike incident and everything down the street with the stuff.
That was you?
Yeah, that was me.
I didn't do anything there. I was just there.
Yep.
No,
I know. And I didn't say you did anything because I know the kid who did it. And he was lucky enough that everybody wanted to go ahead and settle outside of any sort of court issue. And nobody ended up going to jail because I'm sure his father probably had to come out of pocket and pay $500-600 to go ahead and take care of it. But the issue that we're having here is, and I'm going to go ahead and preface this before I say anything to the two of you separately, is that all these bikes down the street with everybody popping the wheelies and everything, it's an issue. It is an issue. It upsets people.
But he was in the right lane.
Just regardless, are we supposed to be riding down public streets, popping wheelies and doing things like that? Because we get calls like this 24/7. Am I saying that what he did was right? No, I'm not saying that. Do I think it's a good idea for you to sit there and videotape him and antagonize him and tell him you're going to jail, you fat you're hitting a 15-year-old? And while your friend over here is getting beat, your first reaction is to sit here and record?
What do you want me to do? Hit him?
You can't try to stop the altercation?
I'm not gonna get beat by the.
I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. But like, you don't think it's an issue? You sitting there recording the whole time?
I don't even blame him.
Obviously, if a grown man is doing something like that, you got to do something to try and intervene. You can still call the cops.
There's a video of it though.
I got to be honest with you. That video does not make you look good. It doesn't show you in a good light. It shows you egging him on.
Okay.
All right.
I think I kind of get the gist though.
Exactly. So what made that man so upset that he felt the need to stop his car, get out, and then go ahead and start it with you?
We don't know. So look, I was behind him. He was literally wheeling in this lane. He did not go over the yellow line at all. And then the guy stopped, and he started yelling shit at both of us. And I was like, what are you going to do? And
so does that have to be your response though? So if he's yelling, why don't you just keep going?
That's what I was trying to do.
No, you weren't.
I was trying to keep going before he got out the car. Yes. I
Okay,
swear to God,
for sure.
I was
behind us, not a single car.
Okay.
There's only that guy and like maybe a car behind him. Those were the only two cars.
So after today, do you think that you're going to be popping wheelies in the street and doing your thing? I'm just asking though. You guys in general, do you think you're going to keep doing that, or maybe we're going to find a different hobby? Yeah. You're not supposed to confront somebody. If they're, I'm just telling you though, for the future, when you start driving, whatever it may be, just listen. If somebody's screaming and yelling behind the wheel of a 2,000-pound death machine, let it go. Who cares?
For weeks, police searched for him. Finally, during an unrelated traffic incident involving one of his family members, officers spotted Cueto at the scene. This time, there was no escape. He was placed under arrest.
All right, well, do me a favor, place your hands behind your back.
My behind?
Yep.
Oh my God.
Got the lighter?
Why?
I will let
explain.
you know.
Could my family grab my wallet?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll give them whatever they need. They can even take the car if they need
Put them
to.
together like you're praying.
Or do you need a second set?
Two.
Whatever you guys need.
That's fine. We'll give you a second set or something, man. Make sure that you're comfortable.
Can you guys tell me why I'm getting arrested?
I will.
She'll explain.
Oh my goodness.
So you weren't driving any of these cars today? You just came here to translate?
No, that's my car right there. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, his father's the one that's involved in the accident.
Could you grab my wallet, boss? Go to my dad.
Listen, we're gonna take care of all that, bro. We're gonna make sure that this right here with all your stuff in it,
my bird, all that.
Bro, if that's your family and you want to release the car with its entire contents and everything to your family, then that's cool. You're gonna be cool with us, we'll be cool with you.
During the arrest, Cueto was calm and even cooperative, but when informed why he was being taken in, he seemed surprised. Officers explained they had probable cause based on the video evidence showing him assaulting the teenager.
All right, so here's the situation. I'm pretty sure you know there's a video circulating around with you grabbing onto a kid that's on a bike.
No, that's all right. Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, so there's actually PC on you. I'm the one who wrote it up. And
PC? What do you mean?
Probable cause for your
arrest. I
yeah,
thought you said a drug.
Sorry,
No.
I actually wrote it up, and I didn't expect to run into you here.
Yeah.
So I gotta do what I gotta do.
No, I understand. I completely understand.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. You come back to the back of my car, or can you put it in one of your cars real quick?
That's fine. Whatever you gotta do.
Yeah, I'll put it in the back of yours.
And then we'll let him broker the deal with his parents to take his car and do whatever he's gonna do.
He was searched, cuffed, and transported to jail. His car and personal belongings were turned over to family members. Jonathan Cueto now faces felony charges for child abuse without great bodily harm. Watch this horrible moment with us as a number of vehicles tumbled into a roaring river and a bridge abruptly crumbled.
Ông Châu giật ôi cái ở bên đảo cái chú mạnh cái đợt Covid chú mạnh là chú ôi chết rồi mạnh quá mình lùi đi không bình tĩnh không sao ôi giời ôi leo trôi không nổi ôi giời ôi báo cho ai đi may mình chú ôi giời chết nữa đúng là chỗ thật các vị ôi giời ôi ôi
According to the most recent report from the Vietnamese government, the tragic event happened in Vietnam on September 9, 2024, shortly after the nation had been hit by the devastating effects of Typhoon Yak, the strongest storm in the previous 30 years. The storm and flash flood severely damaged the bridge's foundation, resulting in this disaster. 2 people were killed and 6 more are still missing when the bridge collapsed. This video is a terrible reminder that Mother Nature's wrath is undeniable and that calamities can happen at any time. On June 29, 2024, in Formosa do Cerrado, Maranhão, Brazil, a woman experienced a terrifying near miss that could have ended far differently. She was seated on her parked motorcycle, casually checking her phone, when a pickup truck suddenly veered off the road, crossed the median, and sped straight toward her. With only a split second to react, she leapt onto the sidewalk just as the truck barreled past, slamming into her motorcycle and damaging several others parked nearby. Remarkably, she escaped without a single injury. The truck's driver, though shaken, also avoided serious harm. The incident serves as a sobering reminder how quickly a normal moment can turn dangerous and how sheer instinct can be the difference between tragedy and survival. In September 2018, the YouTuber My Backyard Birding set out alone into the deep, untouched forests of North Carolina. His mission was simple: capture the region's wild beauty and document its rich variety of bird life. It was supposed to be just another calm, uneventful day surrounded by nature. The footage he recorded seemed ordinary at first: the gentle rustle of leaves, the soft chatter of birds, and the steady crunch of twigs beneath his boots. But hidden in the background was something he hadn't noticed while filming, something that didn't belong. From somewhere in the dense canopy, a strange sound rang out. It wasn't the whistle of a bird or the wind threading through the trees. It was sharp, deliberate, and eerily out of place. The noise echoed as if it had been meant to be heard, sending a ripple of unease through what had been a peaceful scene. Watching the video later, he couldn't shake the feeling that in those quiet woods, he might not have been as alone as he thought. Initially, it's barely there, a strange, unnatural vocalization drifting through the trees. It carried a mechanical, almost robotic quality, as if produced by something that isn't alive. It doesn't match the call of any known animal, and the distorted tone only deepens its unsettling nature. Those who've watched the footage have been quick to speculate. Some claim it could be the cry of an enormous, unidentified creature lurking beyond the tree line. Others lean towards something more mysterious, perhaps even something not of this world. The sound hangs in the air for a moment before melting back into the steady backdrop, the forest. Everything appears to return to normal until it happens again. At first, it's faint, so faint it's nearly swallowed by the rustle of leaves and distant bird calls. But then it repeats, sharper this time, cutting through the natural chorus like a warning that wasn't meant to be ignored. What began as little more than a faint murmur soon revealed itself for what it was, a voice. It carried on the wind, stretched thin with desperation, as if clawing its way through the trees to be heard. It was human, it was afraid, and it was impossible to ignore once he noticed it. When My Backyard Birding filmed his hike that day, he didn't hear it. He walked on, recording the rustle of leaves and the calls of birds, never realizing his camera had captured something far more unsettling. It wasn't until the footage was uploaded to YouTube that viewers caught it, comment after comment pointing out the eerie cry. Some even enhanced the audio, making the plea sound unmistakably like someone begging for help. Theories flooded in. Some believed it was a stranded hiker calling out in a final attempt to be found. Others suggested it might have been an animal mimicking human speech, a strange but documented phenomenon in the wild. But then a more chilling idea began to circulate. A few viewers compared the video's date to missing persons reports from the area and found a disturbing overlap. Just days earlier, 53-year-old Susan Clemens had vanished near Clingman's Dome, the highest point in the Great Smoky Mountains. She and her daughter had taken separate routes back to their car. Susan never arrived. For over a week, rescue teams searched the rugged wilderness before finding her body on October 2nd, hidden in dense undergrowth, only half a mile off the Appalachian Trail. The official cause of death was listed as hypothermia, but that raised questions. Daytime temperatures that week had hovered between 65 degrees Fahrenheit and 85 degrees Fahrenheit, far too warm for someone to succumb so quickly, and the thicket where she was found was so impenetrable that many wondered how she ended up there at all. The timing was unsettling. Could the voice in the footage have been Susan's final cry? Skeptics dismissed it as coincidence, arguing the sound could have been from a fox, elk, or other wildlife known to produce eerily human-like calls. But those who've heard the raw audio struggle to shake the feeling that they're listening to a person in distress. The Appalachian wilderness is no stranger to vanishings. Some resolved, others never explained. For those who enter, the mountains keep their secrets close. And sometimes, if you're unlucky enough to be in the right place at the wrong time, you might hear those secrets calling back. When Peoria County deputies attempted to halt an unregistered motorcycle on Harmon Highway on August 6, 2025, the rider ran away. Unfortunately for him, when he tried to escape from the deputy, the stolen motorcycle ran out of gas.
Looks like he's trying to take off with his bike just after the Harmon Highway near Airport. Take a second. It just died on him at the intersection. Intersection.
Donald Shaw, the suspect, was taken into custody on charges of felony warrants, drug paraphernalia possession, fleeing and eluding, and possessing a stolen car. I think it's really crazy that someone would drive so quickly in situations where you can't see 3 feet in front of your face. This incident happened in Leach County, Texas, sometime in late December 2019. Police were looking into a pileup crash site when a semi lost control, swerved into a ditch, and flipped on its side, nearly crushing multiple policemen and medical personnel. The footage seems like it belongs in a movie. Look at this. Driving on highways in foggy circumstances can be dangerous. Even light fog can make driving more difficult, but thick fog is particularly dangerous because it can appear suddenly and catch drivers off guard. When combined with speeding drivers and exceeding the speed limit, it's a surefire way to cause a terrible pileup of hundreds of cars and potentially hundreds of thousands of people to be seriously hurt. On July 26, 2025, a woman driving in Singapore experienced a terrifying moment when the road beneath her suddenly collapsed, sending her car plunging into a hole estimated to be 6 to 10 feet, 2 to 3 meters deep. Nearby workers rushed in to help, pulling her to safety. She was able to walk on her own but was taken for further medical evaluation after sustaining minor injuries. The next day, once water in the area had been partially drained, a crane was brought in to lift the badly damaged vehicle from the hole. Authorities immediately sealed off the road to ensure the public safety and begin repairs. According to Singapore's National Water Agency, the collapse was likely the result of a structural failure linked to ongoing sewer construction nearby. 3 seconds from the instant the young man in the video realized a train was speeding down the tracks toward him until he scrambled off the lines. There were only 3 seconds between him and death. You must watch the film to really understand the gravity of the situation. It was an incredible race against time. In the final seconds of this clip, a motorcyclist approaches a railroad crossing as the automatic barrier lowers. Instead of stopping, he slams into it head-on, sending both himself and his bike crashing onto the tracks. The violent impact throws him onto his back, his body rolling helplessly across the rails. That's when the real terror begins. In the distance, the train barrels forward at full speed, closing in with no time to spare. Realizing death is seconds away, the man scrambles desperately, dragging himself across the gravel with pure instinct. By a miracle, he manages to pull clear just before the train roars past. missing him by only feet. His motorcycle, however, isn't so lucky. The massive engine plows into it, crushing it into twisted metal and hurling the wreckage aside. The train's conductor immediately slammed the emergency brakes, but the distance was far too short to prevent the collision. The train finally screeched to a stop nearly 19 minutes later. The rider, though injured and badly shaken, survived and was rushed to the hospital for treatment. His bike was destroyed, but his life was spared, a razor-thin escape from certain death. The following video was taken at a gas station in the sleepy hamlet of La Plata, New Mexico, on February 4. It shows a car with a dash cam turning directly into the station to refuel when a pickup truck suddenly speeds up from the other direction.
And I don't really give a fuck right now. He should have, like I said months ago, got fucking DCR'd. Whether or not, something. Oh my god! What the? What the?
The pickup's driver, a woman, reportedly lost consciousness just before the crash, causing the terrifying accident. Fortunately, she only suffered minor injuries, and miraculously, no one else was hurt. The truck crashed into 2 gas pumps at a dangerously high speed, slamming into the roof rack. The impact was so severe that the roof collapsed almost instantly, narrowly missing the car with a dash cam. An extraordinary moment was captured during a baptism that has left many completely stunned, sparking deep reflection about its possible spiritual meaning. Witnesses described the phenomenon as something almost otherworldly, like the water itself was bending. For many who watched the video, it wasn't just a strange occurrence, but a divine sign. Some believe it was the Holy Spirit resting upon the waters, blessing the ritual and making its presence known in a way no one could deny. Those who stood there that day were left in awe, moved to their core, and convinced they had just witnessed something supernatural. But what about you? Was this truly a glimpse of the divine or something else entirely? On August 24, 2024, Russian acrobat Maria Kitova experienced a frightening accident during a performance of KZA in Portland, Oregon, when she fell mid-act. She reportedly struck the ground head first, resulting in a nosebleed, though thankfully her injuries were not severe. A 10-year-old boy captured the fall on video, later explaining that at first he believed it was simply part of the act, until the performers and staff reacted with visible concern, making it clear something was terribly wrong. On August 25th, a Cirque du Soleil spokesperson confirmed that Kitova was conscious, stable, and receiving medical attention from both professionals and her support team. On June 2, 2025 in Marbella, southern Spain, home security cameras captured a disturbing late-night break-in. In the early hours, a man slipped into a family's home and stayed for more than 30 minutes, but instead of ransacking the place for valuables, he kept returning to the master bedroom 8 separate times, where a woman slept beside her partner. Footage shows the intruder shining a flashlight directly onto the woman's body while she lay fully exposed, all without waking her. Neither she nor her partner realized what had happened until the following day, when she noticed her purse missing and reviewed the security recordings. The only item taken was €300, about $325, but police believe the motive may have been sexual. The man moved with precision, avoiding detection even with a child asleep in a nearby room. Authorities are now reviewing the footage to identify him and plan to charge him not just with burglary, but also with violation of privacy. The incident has left the couple deeply unsettled and sparked growing fear throughout the neighborhood. Although they are frequently feared, shark attacks are actually rather uncommon when compared to other ocean hazards. However, they do happen occasionally. On average, there are between 70 and 80 unprovoked shark attacks globally each year, with a much lower number of fatalities. In the video below, a man encounters one of nature's top predators. Although shark attacks are uncommon, they are among the most horrifying experiences for humans, being in a body of water that is already alien to us as land animals, and seeing one of nature's most effective hunting machines must be an incredible sight. On July 26, 2025, raging wildfires in northwestern Turkey advanced to the outskirts of Bursa, turning the hillsides into a wall of flames that bathed the city in an eerie apocalyptic glow. Authorities swiftly declared a state of emergency, ordering evacuations in nearby villages. More than 3,500 residents were forced to flee, while over 1,100 firefighters worked non-stop to contain the inferno. The disaster claimed at least 17 lives, including firefighters and volunteers, and left 14 others injured from burns, smoke inhalation, and other trauma-related injuries. This was not an isolated incident. Much of southern Europe has been gripped by a severe wildlife crisis, with blazes tearing through Turkey, Greece, Albania, Montenegro, and Bulgaria. Fueled by record-breaking heat, parching drought, and relentless winds, some areas saw temperatures climb past 122 degrees Fahrenheit, 50 degrees Celsius, pushing emergency services to their breaking point. Officials warned it could be one of the most dangerous weeks in recent memory, with multiple countries fighting flames on several fronts. As you witness this astonishing event develop, this woman is calmly speaking to the camera when something completely crazy occurs. Suddenly, she pulls 40 meters into the air with her foot, but don't get stressed out just yet. She's actually securely secured by a knot, as you can see upon closer inspection. Meet Louise Lanoy, a fearless performer who has participated in jail practicing for their show, Exit on Champagne, France in Chalon. Yes, you heard correctly. Louise has mastered the skill of elevating adventure to a whole new level, which is only possible in France. In the following video, an excavator plunged into a deep ravine in Chiang Rai, Thailand, with the driver still trapped inside. A witness captured the terrifying scene on their phone as the enormous machine fell nearly 30 meters down the ravine, leaving onlookers stunned as the driver, who also owned the excavator, was helplessly tossed around inside. Miraculously, bamboo bushes at the bottom, preventing the machine from falling even further. Despite all odds, the driver made it through the horrific incident with only minor head injuries and was taken to the hospital right away. Shared to the Slaptam subreddit, great channel. This home security clip begins with what looks like nothing more than an ordinary evening. A father is seen adjusting the TV while his toddler plays just a few feet away, but then something extraordinary happens. The timing is so uncanny, so precise, that many viewers believe it points to the intervention of a guardian angel or protective spirit stepping in at just the right moment. Of course, skeptics argue it was pure coincidence, but even they admit the odds of everything lining up so perfectly are almost impossible to ignore. Whether you see this as proof of something beyond our understanding or just a 1 in a million chance, it's hard to deny the chill this footage leaves behind. This Vietnamese road has been known by the locals as the Barrier of Sorrow for just a single year. In that time, it has seen many terrible incidents, the majority of which were horrifying and dreadful. Recently, a video of 3 heart-stopping moments from this exact route surfaced. Have a look. Sadly, the third victim wasn't as fortunate as the other two, despite the fact that all 3 incidents were caused by intoxicated drivers. Absolutely insane.
It's illegal at this hour. Please record your moving furniture. Record your man. Record your man moving furniture. Hang on, I'm gonna get my camera to record you in your robe. Good. Yeah, okay.
Go ahead.
But you've been screaming since what time?
Have you?
You just moved in.
You're the one screaming right now.
You just moved in.
Some people seem to lose all sense of reason the moment they suspect someone isn't following the rules to the letter. In this case, a family was simply moving into their new home when a neighbor stormed over, shouting at them and threatening to film them for supposedly breaking neighborhood regulations.
Yeah, you're the one that had the police.
Making a scene, dude.
I'm gonna find out where you work and you're gonna lose your job for saying that.
I get paid by the government.
Yeah, you can't say that word.
Really?
Dude,
honey?
Oh my god.
Do you think because you're not brown or not?
What the wrong with you?
Waking me up at 4? No, I'm sorry, 3:30?
Things quickly turned uglier when she hurled the N-word at them. To their credit, they stayed calm and didn't take the bait. It was clear the noise wasn't really the issue. She just wanted an excuse to unleash a racist tirade. Hopefully, her actions had consequences, because that kind of behavior is beyond unacceptable.
I got a phone too, babe. I'm gonna use them to call the cops.
Good, call them.
Are you getting in your car drunk, bro? Or are you just high on meth?
High on meth? That's you. You're the one with no teeth.
On July 22, 2025 in Guarada, Brazil, a bi-articulated city bus attempted to cross a railway line but was struck by an oncoming freight train. Though the train wasn't moving at full speed, the collision's force was enough to rip the bus in half. At least 11 passengers were injured, most with minor to moderate trauma. Fortunately, the central articulated section where the train's impact was concentrated was empty as standing passengers, preventing a far higher casualty count. The bus driver later told investigators he hadn't heard the train's horn and only spotted it moments before the crash. He also claimed his view of the tracks was blocked by trees and nearby buildings. In contrast, the rail company stated their crew followed all safety protocols, sounding the horn while approaching. They alleged the bus driver ignored the warning signals and attempted to cross too late. The train operator did engage the emergency brakes, but the weight and momentum made stopping in time impossible. Local police have launched a formal investigation. Early reports already suggest a likely failure to respect railway crossing signals as the cause. The Atami landslide in Japan was a catastrophic disaster that struck on July 3, 2021 in the coastal city of Atami, Shizuoka Prefecture. Days of relentless rainfall had soaked the steep hillsides, weakening the saturated soil until it could no longer hold. Suddenly, the hillside gave way, unleashing a massive surge of mud, rocks, and debris. The torrent roared down the slope with overwhelming force, sweeping away homes, crushing roads, and obliterating everything in its path. Take a look. The disaster claimed the lives of 27 people and left dozens more missing or injured. More than 130 buildings were damaged or completely destroyed, with a once vibrant area buried beneath thick layers of mud and debris. Rescue operations were hampered by unstable ground and the sheer volume of material that had to be cleared, making each step dangerous for emergency crews. Then there's the chilling image of the white truck caught in the chaos. Imagine the driver glancing into the rearview mirror, only to see a wall of mud and destruction racing toward them. One can only hope they managed to escape in time. Steph Balsama recently posted footage to social media that's left viewers debating whether it shows something paranormal or just a strange coincidence. Her caption read, "My dad and his friend took a trip to Gettysburg's Devil's Den. They said no one was around when this was taken, but if you watch, you'll see a man walking into frame dressed like a pilgrim. He bends forward, then suddenly turns and walks backward. What do you think it could be?" At first glance, the image looks completely normal, just another snapshot from a historic site. But when viewed as a live photo, something eerie unfolds. On the left side of the screen, a mysterious figure materializes. Some viewers were quick to dismiss it as another tourist who happened to go unnoticed in the moment, yet others pointed to the strange clothing and the unnatural movement, speculating it could be something far more chilling. Gettysburg, especially Devil's Den, is drenched in ghost stories. This rocky outcrop saw some of the heaviest bloodshed during the Battle of Gettysburg in 1863, and for decades, visitors have reported shadowy figures, phantom soldiers, and overwhelming sensations of being watched. Could this live photo have captured one of those restless spirits caught in a loop of the past, or was it just a tourist whose presence slipped by unnoticed? Until proven otherwise, this moment adds one more haunting mystery to the already chilling legacy of Gettysburg. This is the largest water python I've ever seen in my life, and I'm sure you have too. A Dutch biologist recently made the amazing discovery of a huge python that was 200 kilograms in weight and an astounding 8 meters length deep within the Amazon rainforest. We're used to seeing giant pythons in science fiction, but this clip makes you wonder how many more enigmatic and terrifying creatures are out there waiting to be discovered. Perhaps they're hiding in the depths of the jungle, or perhaps even beneath the vast oceans. Professor Von Forty was even filmed swimming right beside this monster of a snake. Facebook user Oliver Davies recently stirred up debate after posting some eerie workplace CCTV footage from Bridgend, South Wales. His caption read, "Saw this on the camera in work, Bridgend, South Wales. Motion sensors picked it up at 12:30 in the night." The clip, recorded just after midnight on May 11th, 2023, shows a strange white shape drifting soundlessly through an otherwise empty room. What makes it so unsettling is the fact that the anomaly wasn't just a trick of the lens. It actually triggered the building's motion sensors, which are designed to detect physical movement, forcing the camera to start rolling. Oliver admitted he had no explanation for what he saw, and so far viewers are divided. Some argue it was just dust, an insect, or a lens flare, while others are convinced it was something paranormal, perhaps a ghost passing through the workplace. Whatever it was, the footage has left plenty of people uneasy, wondering if something else was sharing the room that night. What do you think? Hurricane Ian, which struck Florida in September 2022, unleashed a catastrophic storm surge that left parts of the Gulf Coast in ruins. A storm surge is an abnormal rise in seawater driven by a hurricane's fierce winds and low pressure, and Ian's was among the deadliest in recent history. As the hurricane closed in, its powerful winds forced an enormous wall of water toward the shore, flooding entire neighborhoods in minutes. In some areas, the surge reached an astonishing 12 feet, swallowing streets, homes, and vehicles. This harrowing footage captured from a light pole camera shows the overwhelming force in nature in real time. Water levels rapidly climbing, debris swirling in the current, and the landscape disappearing beneath the flood. The storm surge from Hurricane Ian is a chilling reminder of just how quickly a hurricane can turn a familiar street into a scene of chaos. For coastal communities, especially those in low-lying areas, the danger is real and immediate. In mere minutes, an ordinary Florida neighborhood was transformed into something resembling the violent surges of the Drake Passage, water rushing in with unstoppable force, sweeping away anything in its path. Anyone living in hurricane-prone coastal regions should see this footage. It's a sobering visual of how fast conditions can spiral out of control when a powerful storm makes landfall. TikTok user PG Stories Official recently posted a clip that's left a lot of people unsettled. At first glance, it looks perfectly normal. A young girl posing for the camera, smiling happily. But if you watch closely, something strange happens. Out of nowhere, a section of her hair rises upward, almost like invisible fingers are tugging at it. The movement is subtle, but it's deliberate enough to catch your attention. The footage has sparked plenty of debate online. Some are convinced it shows a ghostly presence reaching out, while others argue it could have been static electricity, a draft, or even some kind of editing trick. Still, there's no denying how unsettling it looks in real time. So, what do you think? Was this just a simple illusion, or did the camera catch something we weren't meant to see? The following is a terrifying close call that was recorded on February 14th in Barnaul, Russia. In the video, a woman was just about to get into her car when the roof of a nearby building abruptly collapsed, crushing her car and several other parked cars in a matter of seconds. She barely avoided a potential fatal situation. A surveillance camera captured the heart-stopping moment as she miraculously escaped falling debris just in time, and it was later discovered the roof had collapsed under the weight of the piled snow. This woman's night spiraled from bad to worse in a matter of hours. It all started when Margarita crashed her van into another vehicle, but things only escalated from there.
As I was telling him, my mother just got out of hip surgery, and she took care of me and my daughter and the driving. I also did tell him I would replace his mirror, but
that takes the motorcycle off.
Okay, this one's up to date.
surgery?
Yes. Just go for treatment. And as soon as I get home, I will let her know. I don't know what to
You want me to go ahead and do a report on it? She doesn't have a driver's license. It's entirely up to you.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do it. Also, if you need it, I have that camera footage. I unplugged it.
I believe you.
I don't know if you need this.
Yeah, the insurance and registration and driver's license on yours. Did it happen in the parking lot?
No, it happened, it was back there in front of, like where the Ramada Inn used to be.
So, what happened?
Pardon?
What happened?
Down Street, probably right around where the old Ramada Inn was, and I was behind the right lane, and vehicles kind of going slow, and then I just heard this. I guess, I don't know if somebody else saw it, or you did. How did you guys find it? I didn't call the police.
Somebody called me.
Oh, all right.
Not long after, she was reported to have abandoned her child in the same wrecked van near the school. By then, she had already fled the scene.
Hello? Here's someone now.
Police department!
Alright, so what you got? Hello?
Police department!
Alright. What's the margarita?
I'm pretty sure.
Alright, that's clear. Hi. Where's the child?
Come on back.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. This is Mom in the waiting room, and we just weren't sure what we were allowed to do or not do, but the child is with Mr. Soto, our counselor. You want me to take you out down there?
Sure. Yeah.
Let's go this way.
Yeah, I kind of think she's grandma to the child. So that's the van?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And then this is Genevieve.
Hi. Hello. How are you doing today? Hey, what's your mom's name?
Margie.
Margie. Do you know where she's at?
No.
No?
She just left on the car.
Did she tell you where she was going? Has your mom been acting off today, or?
Early in the morning, she was acting fine, and now when she was acting like she went drunk and came back.
She was acting like she was drunk?
And she needs to take her medicines so she can not act bad like that.
You said if she doesn't take her medicine, she acts drunk? You live with...
So you live with your grandma?
Uh-huh.
As dispatches came in, officers learned of a separate battery incident that tied everything together.
Come here. Me and my daughter moved here about 8 streets. Hey, our son, she's here. We'll call Ryan.
So what was your name again?
Margarita.
What was your 20? Hold on, watch out. Don't
Oh.
We're at the Margarita what?
Margarita por el deal, correct? Right there on Fiesta. And I told her.
621, that's going to be affirmative. She's in
And I
front of
told her, and I was going back to trying to do that.
Most likely gonna 15 her.
Daughter
And then let me figure out what I'm gonna do.
was like, blah, blah, blah.
On my porch, brother.
Hey, 621, that's
Hey, Gary.
Gary. Okay, detain her. Most likely gonna 15 her.
Gary, what's going on, man? I don't know. I was just sitting here talking to the post office about stolen mail. The girl comes walking from over there. She's mumbling words to me.
Right.
So I'm just looking at her, and I said, "Is she coming over here?" She walked right up here. But I had to throw my stuff. I had to push her out of the house.
She came in your house?
Yes, look, she grabbed me, and I was telling 911 she's attacking me. I gotta protect myself. So the phone fell out of here, and I pushed her out of the house.
How do you know her?
I don't know her.
You have no idea who she is?
I swear to God, I don't know who she is. And then she's making threats in Spanish. She's gonna come back. She's got family that's gonna me up. So I want protection here because my life has been threatened before already. And this ain't no
So she actually went in your house?
Look at my mail. Yes, she did.
So
I had to get her from here and push her back. Look where she grabbed me. Now, why would I want to beat the out of somebody for?
Right.
I'm not that person.
What happened? So she
grabbed me with her nails.
With her nails?
So I grabbed her from the hair, and then I pushed her off. and I tried to keep her down, and I was holding 911.
Yeah.
And then I had to drop the phone.
At the school, tensions flared as relatives grew upset that staff refused to release the child to them.
Okay, well, we still have an investigation to do. As far as we were advised, Margarita was in a crash. She left the child in the vehicle, and she just left the scene.
That's fine, but the child is in the care of my mother, so she's there to
And I understand that, and I will go ahead and release the child once everything is said and done and we figure everything out.
Which is when, and where is my niece?
Yeah. Your niece is here at the school.
Okay, but my mom and my sister are gonna stay there until that happens. They're not going nowhere.
And that's perfectly fine.
You have a daughter? I was like, I do, and she has a daughter to take care of.
Okay.
That's my yes, sir.
Just hang on.
She moved from down Pasadena, California. And I told that
Negative, sir, that's my next call.
take care of my daughter, and me and you go back and forth. And she's like, yes. But when me and my daughter went to pick her up, we just had nothing. We're like, okay, we'll take care of her. Me and you.
Keys to that van? I'll advise when I get there. Come out there.
Can I see him?
Of course.
When confronted, her behavior quickly unraveled. She grew agitated, nearly refusing a medical evaluation, and even threatened to have a man killed after a brief tussle left him terrified.
You came here and you got into an altercation with this guy. Where were you coming from?
I was gonna go pick up my daughter.
Your daughter? From the Desert Willow School, right?
Right.
Did you walk over here, or how did you get here?
No, I had the.
You had the truck? Which truck?
The van.
Where's the van at?
But do you understand the?
Let me ask you something, Margarita, real quick. Have you been drinking today?
At this point.
Have you been drinking?
21 though, right?
Yeah, you're.
Right.
It's not illegal for you to drink, but have you been drinking?
No, it is. I'm driving.
While you're driving, right? But have you been drinking?
Yeah, and I go for this recipe, and after that, for the failure, my.
Do me a favor, Wayne, and take a photo of that, please.
Yes, take a sexy photo.
Hey, so how much have you had to drink?
Hold on. I didn't perfect food as long as the first day.
It's okay. Just take
The
it.
first day after my mom it's a lot of responsibility. That bitch owns my heart. You got that?
Hey, look, the ambulance is here, Margarita.
Yes.
Your nose is all bleeding,
My
so
nose
let's.
is not bleeding good because that me up.
Okay, we're gonna have them check you out, okay?
Okay, if you do not do something right here, because come here.
Yeah, we're investigating. Hey, let them check you out, okay?
Come here. I introduced like a idiot. Came to her and
She's gonna go talk to him.
Oh, please do.
Talk to these people.
They do nothing
Turn
but
around.
smoke meth.
Turn around.
Turn around.
Yes, look, they're
You want me to turn around? You cannot kill me, and
I'm not
if you
trying
do,
to kill you.
bitch, I am affiliated.
Okay, look, they're here to help you.
El bandidos?
They're here to help you.
Mexican cartel? ¿Me entiendes? No, I'm parents, but that's me, bitch.
Okay.
This one right here across the street of that street?
Relax.
No. You don't do nothing about it. When I got the out, you're not on my connect that. Okay. Daddy, to Mexico, Paloma, to Mexico.
Right here on the seat.
Well, I can't.
Why can't you?
How in the can't?
No, don't put your hand up.
See? I have to. Help me. Come here. Come here.
Put them back in the back.
How the do you think I can? Come here.
They don't go like that. Hey, you're gonna fall.
Well, then help me.
You put yourself in that situation.
Idiota.
Her reckless behavior didn't stop there. On her way to jail, Margarita grew combative again, forcing officers to return her to the hospital since she hadn't been medically cleared. By the end of the ordeal, she faced a laundry list of charges: DUI, assault, failure to identify, battery, resisting arrest, and child abandonment. Dan Bell's YouTube channel is known for diving into the eerie remains of forgotten places, old malls, motels, even abandoned asylums. In 2017, while exploring the desolate stretches of the New Mexico desert, Dan and his crew stumbled upon what looked like the perfect spot, an abandoned truck stop surrounded by other decaying buildings. Armed with their gear, they set out to document what they thought would be another compelling episode. After a tense encounter with a rattlesnake, they debated calling it a day, but curiosity got the better of them. They decided to check out one last building before heading out. That decision, however, would lead them into something far more disturbing than they expected. What started as another urban exploration soon spiraled into a chilling and unforgettable experience.
Look at all the tumbleweeds. There's wood floors.
As they stepped into the final building, Dan and his crew unknowingly wandered into the territory of Africanized honeybees, more commonly known as killer bees. These bees, native to the region, are notoriously aggressive and extremely dangerous. Within moments, the explorers were under attack. Dan later shared that he was stung more than 30 times in the head before they managed to escape the building. It was a terrifying experience and one that could have turned deadly. He emphasized some critical safety tips for anyone who might face a similar situation. If you hear that low, ominous hum, don't wait. Start backing away slowly. If the bees begin to swarm, run immediately. Cover your head and neck as best as you can. Stings in those areas can lead to breathing difficulties, and if possible, get indoors or behind closed doors quickly. Putting solid barriers between yourself and the swarm could save your life. This wasn't just another abandoned building adventure. It became a stark reminder of how quickly things can turn when you're exploring the unknown. Captured in 2019, this surveillance footage from a gas station in Saudi Arabia starts off like any ordinary day. Customers are calmly refueling their vehicles, with nothing seeming out of the ordinary. But just moments later, that calm is shattered by an abrupt and startling event, something no one on the scene could have anticipated. Everything seemed routine as people fueled up and went about their day, until without any warning, an underground tank beneath the gas station suddenly exploded. There were no signs, no alerts, just a violent blast that sent shockwaves through the area, tearing apart a large section of the station's structure and plunging the scene into chaos. The damage was severe, but thankfully the most important thing remained intact. Every single person survived without injury. Buildings can be rebuilt, but lives can't be replaced. What was supposed to be an all-time happy moment turned into straight horror as a Turkish man proposed to his woman who was on this plane via walkie-talkie. She reportedly said yes before disaster struck.
İfadenizi anlaşılmadı. Tekrar eder misiniz?
The plane crashed, which injured her and the pilot. The positive side is they both survived. Things could have gone worse, but could this be a sign they aren't meant to be married? I'll let you be the judge.
İfadenizi anlaşılmadı. Tekrar eder misiniz?
Captured on December 31st, 2021 in Dublin, Ireland, this intense footage was later shared by the Dublin Fire Brigade in March as a part of a safety awareness campaign. It shows an electric scooter suddenly bursting into flames while being charged indoors, catching the man nearby completely by surprise. Within moments, the fire grows rapidly, followed by a second blast that sends flames ripping through the room as thick smoke pours in. The man narrowly escapes unharmed, getting out just in time. Fire officials explained that this type of incident can happen when lithium-ion batteries go into thermal runaway, a dangerous chain reaction where heat builds uncontrollably, leading to violent fires that can take massive amounts of water to suppress. Though the video is from a few years ago, similar cases continue to be reported across the globe. Fire departments still urge caution. Only purchase batteries from trusted manufacturers. Don't overcharge devices, and never leave e-scooters or e-bikes charging without supervision, especially while sleeping. You may know about the beef between mailmen and dogs, but what about cats?
Get the out of here.
This guy seemingly had an issue with this kitty at this home. Unprovoked, the man whips out pepper spray and fires at the cat. What's really bizarre is he left without even delivering the mail.
Get the out of here.
The owner stated that he confronted the mailman and he denied it, not knowing he was caught on camera.
He said he's actually a cat person, which I thought was kind of weird or odd to say after he just sprayed my cat. He actually goes out of his way to pet her. And so I think she was just trying to greet him.
Oh gosh, that poor kitty.
This veterinarian gave advice on what to do if this happens to your pet.
So heaven forbid, but if your pet does get pepper sprayed, what we do recommend is definitely rinsing them as much as you can with water in their eyes, a little around the nose and also in the mouth, and then seeking medical attention as soon as possible.
At the time of this video, the post office is reviewing the incident and have not yet made a decision. That poor kitty. This video pissed me off. On July 27, 2025, a man in MYUU, Jiaotong, Yunnan Province, China, was performing maintenance on a massive tire when it suddenly exploded with violent force, launching him into the air. Miraculously, he was only grazed by the blast, which likely spared him from a fatal injury. While specific details about his condition remain unconfirmed, the footage serves as a chilling reminder how dangerous industrial work can be, even during routine tasks. You don't see this every day. An elderly woman is under attack by a swarm of bees. Her family shouts for help before these heroic plumbers pull up, and we aren't talking about Mario and Luigi.
Oh no.
You okay? We see two people bug spraying the air. Once we stop right next to the car, we realize that the elderly lady had bees all over her face.
The woman faints and the man catches her fighting off the bees, and now the bees have a new target.
Once I picked her up, the swarm of bees started attacking me.
His partner then jumps in with a fire extinguisher.
It was an enormous swarm. I just came out of nowhere, blasted them. There was so much chaos.
The plumbers then made an attempt to lure the bees away from the woman.
Hop in the truck! Get in! Ah! Get in!
After that, they hop in their truck before being met with a bunch of stings. One of the men said he was stung 20 times.
I was stung probably about 20 times.
Oh, right here's a bite. So, and here's a welt?
Welts.
Paramedics arrived to help the woman and got the rest of the bees away.
I thank God, honestly, we pulled up when we did for her family. It was terrifying.
Thank God for these brave men. This video was originally captured over a year ago but only began circulating online in recent days. It was filmed by a group of Australian tourists during a helicopter tour in Bali, Indonesia, as they recorded the island's scenic beauty from above. What began as a breathtaking experience quickly turned into a nightmare when the helicopter suffered a mechanical failure and crashed into the side of a cliff. The entire incident, including the terrifying moments after the impact, was caught on camera. Locals can be seen rushing to the crash site, trying to understand what had happened and offering help. Remarkably, all passengers survived the crash, but reports indicate their injuries were severe and life-altering. Walking away from a helicopter crash is incredibly rare, and while they lived through it, the event left a lasting mark. This dramatic footage was captured on April 25, 2021, along Highway 114 in South Lake, Texas. It shows the aftermath of a Toyota Supra pulling over after the driver noticed smoke coming from the vehicle.
It's called fire. Look. Look, JC.
Look. Carlo fire.
Look at all. Oh my God.
Just moments later, the car burst into flames and exploded on the roadside. The fire spread rapidly, igniting nearby grass and forcing officials to shut down the eastbound lanes for several hours as crews worked to contain it. Thankfully, no injuries were reported. Authorities later praised the driver's quick thinking, pulling over, moving a safe distance away, and immediately calling for help, a decision that likely saved his life. In the summer of 2021, a video was uploaded to YouTube by a user named Fat Reacts. Remarkably, it's the only video on the entire channel. The title alone was enough to spark attention. Found a dead body in a cooler at a lake. From the footage, it appears to be exactly what it claims. A group of teens is seen pulling a pink cooler out of the lake, and they're instantly overwhelmed by a powerful stench of decay. The cooler is tightly sealed with black tape, raising immediate suspicion. Despite the overwhelming smell, they manage to force it open. What they find inside clearly unsettles them.
Open it.
With what?
Your knife.
Oh,
what is it?
oh my god.
Open it up for a minute. I gotta.
Quick note, I do have to censor things to comply with YouTube's policies.
What is that? What is it?
I don't know. I don't know.
What you mean? What does it look like? What does it look like, bro?
It looks like dead fish.
You lying.
I swear.
Matthew, what does it look like, bro?
It's disgusting.
Bro. Like, this is like somebody's body. You look like somebody's body? Huh?
I don't know. I'm holding my breath every time I go over there.
Look.
I don't know what. It smells like garbage. Oh, look at the fish.
I'm not looking over there.
It is disgusting.
I'm calling 911. Don't call the emergency one. Look up non-emergency.
Non-emergency. That was nasty.
I'm about to throw up.
What is it? I can't tell.
Near the end of the video, the group mentions that they contacted the police to report what they'd found. Later, they posted an update stating, "Update, it was an infant that was neglected and abandoned in that cooler filled with water. Location will not be disclosed due to privacy reasons." Despite this claim, many viewers in the comments expressed serious doubts. Some accused the group of fabricating the entire thing for views, while others speculated that the contents looked more like decomposing fish than human remains. The skepticism was further fueled by the lack of any official news, reports, or police statements to corroborate their story. Still, the presence of maggots and visible decay led others to believe that whatever was inside had once been alive. Whether the group truly stumbled upon a tragic discovery or simply staged an unsettling hoax remains unknown, but the video certainly left a lingering unease either way.
Ебать! Нихуя себе! Ебать!
Я заснял! Да!
This intense video captures the moment a soldier on the front lines records himself just seconds before an explosion nearly hits him. While exact details like the date or location are unclear, a translation of his speech reveals it's in Russian, hinting at a possible link to the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine. What's truly striking is how modern warfare is increasingly documented, not by journalists or news outlets, but by those living it firsthand, with nothing but a smartphone in their hands. This footage was recorded in September 2024 somewhere in Lebanon. It shows a man who had just finished drinking his tea and was preparing to leave. He approached his parked scooter, which belongs to him, a detail that becomes important in understanding what happens next. As he mounts the scooter, the distinct whistle of a falling ordnance suddenly fills the air. In a split second, a jam penetrator, an underground exploding precision munition, slams into the road just inches from where he's sitting. The blast violently lifts and tears up the pavement, but remarkably, the man survives. Even more incredible, no one else nearby on the surface was injured in the strike. On July 30th, 2025, a terrifying accident occurred at Green Mountain Park in Taif, Saudi Arabia, when the 360 Big Pendulum ride collapsed midair, injuring 23 people. The ride was in full swing when its central support pole suddenly snapped, causing the passenger cabin to slam violently into the platform below. Shocking footage captured the moment, the ride swinging high, a loud crack, and then the devastating impact. One part of the structure was even launched into the air as panicked screams erupted, and bystanders rushed to assist. Emergency crews quickly arrived, administering first aid and transporting the injured to nearby hospitals, with some victims reported to be in critical condition. Authorities have since cordoned off the site, and the park was ordered closed by the regional governor, pending a full investigation into what caused the collapse.
You can off. I did not call you. You're on my property. I know my rights. Stay out of my house.
Put your hands up.
I'm holding a baby for Chandler! You are in huge trouble. I have a almost 50,000 TikTok following.
On June 20th, 2023, deputies were dispatched to a home after receiving a report of a domestic disturbance between a man and his wife. What seemed like a minor argument over household chores quickly escalated into a physical confrontation, with children caught in the middle. When officers arrived at the scene, they found the husband waiting outside.
What's going on today, man?
Domestic dispute between me and my other half.
All right, in what way?
She wants me out of the house because my kids were helping me do dishes. I mean, it's just a mess of crap. I mean, my license, it went out of date, and she's mad that I can't get that anymore, and I've offered to pay for her own, and she's mad that I won't do it, and this is what kind of started the whole thing. But anyway, doing dishes, and she left this morning. Kids went and got feed at the feed store. I left the whole morning. And
He told deputies his wife was upset because their kids were helping him with the dishes and that she wanted him out of the house. According to him, the argument had started earlier that morning after he left with the children to buy feed. When he returned, things escalated again over a simple request to finish the dishes before making macaroni and cheese. The wife, however, had a very different reaction when approached by law enforcement. Body cam footage shows the woman holding her young child and yelling at officers. She demanded they leave, insisted they had no right to enter her home, and repeatedly shouted, "I know my rights."
Ma'am, are you the other half of this?
Yes.
All right, if you would stay up there, I don't need y'all around each other right now.
Well, you can off. Here's your clothes. You can get out. You can off. I did not call you. You're on my property. I know my rights. I have a child under 3. You will go. You will get charged.
You need to relax.
No.
Ma'am. No, ma'am. Stand over here and talk with me. What is your problem? This is not going to work.
I know my rights.
Despite multiple warnings to calm down, she refused to cooperate. When officers attempted to de-escalate and detain her for safety, she resisted. At one point, she accused deputies of harming her child and claimed they had shoved her into the door.
So do I, ma'am.
Stay away from me.
I'm out here for a reason.
And I did not call. Stay out of my house.
You put your hands
I'm holding a baby for 2 months.
I mean, do you understand?
I did not hurt the door. He stuck her in the door, Chandler.
You're the baby.
Baby.
Now come over here.
No.
Yes, ma'am.
No. I'm in my house.
You're getting.
Get out. I did not call you.
You're under arrest.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I did not call you. I know my rights.
You don't strike me. Do you understand?
You were coming into my house.
I'm here for a
You're
reason.
You're not allowed
ma'am.
in my house.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Yes,
you have a warrant.
I don't need a
warrant. Let go.
Ma'am, you're going to stop right fucking now. You understand? Now quit it. Roll over on your stomach now.
I did not call you.
It doesn't matter.
I did not invite you into my house. I was in the middle of something. You got in the middle of that. You could have waited.
No,
and I would have come back out and talked to you. I would have grabbed my phone. I know my rights. I want a supervisor out here now.
He's on his way right now. It's no
Then
issue.
leave me alone.
You're
until
still
he gets
getting
here.
cuffed. Yes, ma'am. You're getting cuffed.
No, I'm fine. You can leave me alone. I will wait for your supervisor.
Roll over. Put your other hand behind your back. Do you understand me? Now.
I'm waiting for your supervisor. Get off of me!
No, ma'am.
Get off of me!
It's not going to work that way.
She also repeatedly invoked her TikTok following, saying nearly 50,000 people would see this video.
Stay still.
You're in trouble. You just harmed my baby, coming into my house, uninvited. Yes, you did. You shoved her into the door.
I shoved you into the door.
And I was holding my child. You are in huge trouble. I have a almost 50,000 TikTok following. This is going right on there. You tried to come into my house and you harmed my child.
Come on.
I'm going to stand right here for your supervisor. I'm not getting in your vehicle. I'm not getting
in the vehicle.
Ouch!
Do you understand me?
Son of a...
Stop resisting.
No! I'm not resisting. I said I would wait here.
You need to calm down. This is absolutely insane.
This is my house. I want a supervisor here now.
That's fine. He's right down the road. Right down the road coming up here.
Ants down here. I'm not staying down here.
You're staying on the ground. I'm not asking. I'm telling.
Ants down here.
I don't care.
I don't want to be on the ants.
Get in my car.
I don't want to be in your car. I want to stand on my own.
Right
feet. Go ahead. You get a power trip out of this? Beating up a little.
They want to be out here.
You got a power trip out this? Turning you on, beating me up? You're disgusting.
Okay.
Pervert. I hope you enjoy beating up little women. I hope
I don't
you
want to be
enjoy
out
that.
here. I didn't want to deal with you at all.
You're disgusting.
You brought this.
Nasty.
Okay.
Vile
Still
human
going to
piece
jail.
of trash on a power trip.
You're going to jail.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
Officers tried to reason with her, assuring her a supervisor was on the way, but she continued resisting, refused to get into the patrol car, and hurled insults, calling deputies perverts and trash on a power trip. Eventually, officers were forced to restrain her. She still insisted they had no legal grounds to arrest her, claiming a domestic dispute wasn't a crime, but she was wrong.
I'm here for a call for service.
Dispute?
Yes.
That's not a reason to detain me.
Yes, it is.
I did not commit a crime. A domestic dispute is not a crime. So that's why I know that you're in trouble.
Resisting with battery on Leo.
No.
Yes.
I came out to bring my husband his bag of clothes so he could leave. He grabbed my arm and told me to stop.
I told you to
him I was
stop and
heading
not
back
go
into
near
my
him.
house to grab my phone so I could record this. He followed me into my house, came into my house, shoved me and my child into the door while threatening to tase us. That is against my rights. I was not being detained for a crime. A domestic dispute is not a crime. I want his badge number. I want his name.
You'll get it. Come on. Sit up.
I have handcuffs.
Sit up.
All
right, sit up.
Everything's videoed and recorded.
My glasses are on the porch. You knocked them off.
It's fine. We'll stay up there. Get in here.
We have been here multiple times.
I know. We're looking for your dad, buddy.
Oh,
Hey, Paul. Sheriff's office.
it was only me, him, and the baby, and my dad and my mom.
Inside the home, deputies spoke with the children. They confirmed the parents had been fighting and said their mother got angry when they were doing the dishes. The father admitted that their relationship was volatile. He described it as bright and sunny one day, then a bad day the next. He also told officers there was a firearm in the house and revealed the woman had a history of violence and possible mental health issues, though he wasn't aware of her current medications.
Does she take medication?
She has been to Meridian before, and she does go see the doctor, but I'm not in the loop on what she does.
But you guys are okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
On and off, it's, bright and sunny, bright and sunny, bright and sunny, and then there's a bad day, and then I just try to, leave, take the kids and leave and do what I can. And
she flipped out for sure.
There's a firearm in the house, so it's in the closet in a bag hanging up.
Thank you for telling me, sir.
You're welcome.
Has she ever been violent like this before?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I did ask you a minute ago, are you married or is that your girlfriend? I'm sorry, I probably
We're not married, it's common law. We've been together a long time.
Okay, all right. So, you're the father of the children?
I'm the father of the children. Okay. Two of them have my last name, one of them doesn't.
Okay.
One of them has her last name. My oldest has her last name. The two youngest have my last name.
I've been here before a couple times about custody and things and everything else.
I know, I've seen
this. Yeah, we've been here.
He agreed to stay with the kids and cooperate with the investigation. In the end, the woman was arrested and charged with multiple offenses: battery against a specified person, resisting arrest, child neglect. Officers also issued the husband a domestic violence packet, informing him of his legal rights and resources available if he chose to pursue further action. Domestic disputes are some of the most unpredictable calls officers respond to, and in this case, a simple argument over dirty dishes spiraled into something far more dangerous, with children, once again, caught in the crossfire. Let us know your thoughts in this situation in the comments. On July 20th, 2025, police in North Las Vegas were called to the Maverick gas station on Tropical Parkway after a report of a suspicious vehicle. A black Honda Accord with Arizona plates was parked at the pump, reportedly occupied by a man, a woman, 3 children, and a dog. The caller noted that both adults appeared to be under the influence. Officer Joshua Vardilis and a colleague responded and found a man standing by the driver's side door. When asked for ID, the man, 31-year-old Alfton Green, suddenly jumped into the car and sped off before officers could stop him. Shockingly, as the car pulled away, one of the children in the back seat fell from the moving vehicle. A second officer quickly picked up the child, while the woman, later identified as Crystal Levitt, came outside for the child and was immediately detained. Believing Green had fled the area, officers turned their attention to assisting the child and handling the woman at the scene. But Green wasn't done. Circling back around the parking lot, he attempted to use the vehicle as a weapon, accelerating straight toward the officers. He narrowly missed one, then swerved toward Officer Vardilis, who drew his firearm and opened fire. Vardilis fired 5 shots, one of which struck Green in the torso just as the car clipped the officer's leg. Despite being wounded, Green continued driving, crashing over landscaping and a sidewalk before finally coming to a stop. He exited through the passenger door, where officers were waiting to take him into custody. Green was taken to the hospital for treatment, while the child, who had earlier fallen from the car, was found to have a facial abrasion. Inside the vehicle, police discovered meth, heroin, and a firearm. Green now faces several charges, including attempted murder and child abuse, with additional charges pending. The woman, Crystal Levitt, was also charged with child abuse. Meanwhile, Officer Vardilis was placed on paid leave as an internal investigation into the shooting continues. On the morning of April 14, 2025, chaos erupted at the Wilburn District Court in Massachusetts when 28-year-old Nicholas Akerberg from Yarmouth Port arrived at the building dressed in a gas mask, helmet, tactical boots, and sunglasses. As he approached the entrance, Akerberg sprayed a court officer with pepper spray to force his way inside. Once in the lobby, he unleashed more pepper spray on several people, including additional court officers, a police officer, and an assistant district attorney, while also physically assaulting others with punches and shoves. The outburst caused an immediate evacuation of the courthouse. Responding officers eventually brought him under control with a taser. Akerberg was found carrying 8 pepper spray canisters and 2 smoke canisters. He now faces a long list of charges, including 6 counts of assault and battery with a dangerous weapon, assault, disruption of court proceedings, and making a bomb threat. He is currently being held without bail and is undergoing a competency evaluation. I stumbled across this on Twitter, and yes, it's Twitter, not X. On July 29, 2025, in the Pontyshipuri district of Madhya Pradesh, India, CCTV footage captured a terrifying attempted assault at a small neighborhood shop. 6 masked men armed with sticks, an axe, and a homemade firearm stormed the storefront. Acting quickly, the shopkeeper managed to pull down the metal shutter just in time, preventing them from breaking in. Undeterred, the attackers continued to strike the shutter, shouted death threats, and even fired a shot before eventually fleeing the scene. Local reports suggest that one of the men, allegedly a repeat offender, was identified by name, yet no arrests have been made, intensifying public concern. The shop owner also claimed that police attempted to confiscate his CCTV footage, but he refused, fearing the evidence might be tampered with. Although the shopkeeper was not physically injured, the traumatic encounter has left him shaken and too afraid to return to work. In May 2025, a viral video made waves online claiming to show a massive snake, supposedly over 25 meters long, gliding through the Amazon River. Many viewers speculated it could be a legendary anaconda, prompting widespread curiosity. The footage appeared convincing at first, but after closer analysis by wildlife experts and digital forensics teams, it was confirmed to be entirely AI-generated. Brazil's environmental agency IBAMA stated clearly that no such snake exists in nature. On rewatch, the signs of manipulation became obvious. The creature briefly displays 2 heads, has distorted body proportions, an unnaturally thin tail, and moves in a way inconsistent with real aquatic snakes. Its coloring also doesn't match that of a true green anaconda. Experts explain that a snake of such size and mass would sink rather than float. Further analysis in slow motion revealed graphical errors common in AI content, and the camera overlay showed unrelated visuals that didn't match the scene. For reference, the largest green anacondas, called sucuris in Brazil, reached up to 9 meters in length and weigh as much as 250 kilograms. While the video wasn't a real sighting, it serves as a strong reminder not everything that looks real online can be trusted. In April 2025, a YouTube couple known as Wiggins Wild started documenting their new off-grid lifestyle after purchasing land in southern Texas, not far from the US-Mexico border. While exploring the area around their property one day, they made a chilling discovery: what appeared to be human-sized bones, scattered shoes, and small backpacks that looked like they belonged to young ones. The unsettling find marked the start of an ongoing mystery, one that's still unfolding.
Well, now I'm recording right to TikTok because it's getting real now. So we're off north of our property a little bit, and we were looking for places that naturally hold water, and we found this little pond that's north of an arroyo, and this thing is filled with kids' backpacks.
Filled with backpacks.
And there's a mound here, and
there's a bunch of signs
there's more
of
backpacks.
wildlife activity,
if you dig down,
it's
there's backpacks. There's little kids' backpacks here.
I won't be too loud.
There are kids' backpacks here. I'm armed, but we found a place out in the middle of the desert north of our property that has bones and boots and
All sorts.
kids' backpacks. Yeah. So we just hit a point where we found like our 5th backpack or bag after finding that boot. And yeah, we're done. We're gonna head back to the property. Gonna have to contact somebody about this because one of our neighbors was really interested when we found bones on our property. And that guy's been really against us having social media.
At this point, the couple discovered that the land they had been exploring wasn't actually theirs. It was private property. They were warned that if they came back, they'd face trespassing charges and that the police would not be responding. Strangely, shortly after this, they deleted their entire TikTok account. However, they later went live on Instagram to clarify that the situation wasn't some kind of scheme to gain money or attention.
That says we're trying to scam. Anyone that says we're trying to do anything. I am not accepting any financial aid at this time at all. We're not going to let anyone try and accuse us of doing this for anything other than trying to get the word out there that this was weird.
Fortunately, there was one last update shared in a now deleted video from their channel. In it, he explained that he had spoken with the police once more, and this time they actually took him seriously and agreed to listen.
The same deputy that was out here before when we found a femur and a lower leg bone that had been sawed in half. Yeah, those of you guys that are like, oh, it's just, you're blowing it out of proportion, it's just a drop. Well, we found a child-sized femur and lower leg bone that had a clean saw off it. Next to a pair of little kid's Jordan shoe, a backpack, and some clothes. Like, the sheriff's department was like, oh damn, like this look, yeah. And we still haven't heard back the results from that, so that's a little...
In the clip, he says that police believe the area they discovered was likely used as a drop spot, common near the US-Mexico border. For context, a drop spot typically refers to a location where migrants are dropped off by smugglers, often in places with reduced border surveillance. If that's the case, it could explain what they stumbled upon during their outing. As of now, there haven't been any further updates, and until the couple posts something new on YouTube or Instagram, the full story remains a mystery. In Istanbul, Turkey, a tragic moment was captured on video showing a 21-year-old man walking calmly along the sidewalk when a sudden bark from a nearby dog startled him. Reacting instinctively, he darted into the street, straight into the path of an oncoming truck. The collision left him critically injured, and though emergency services rushed him to the hospital, he sadly didn't survive. It's a heartbreaking reminder of just how fragile life can be, how a single unexpected second can change everything forever. On July 26, 2025, CCTV was taken from the Siming Regency in Indonesia. It shows individuals working from a residence. However, this video has an odd quality that you would not anticipate. To be honest, I don't understand how everything is put up. It seems strange to have trains in a crossing so near a house, perhaps because of the angle. I was also taken aback since I had not anticipated a car being struck by a train there. According to one source, the driver of this black Toyota lived, but his passengers perished. Here's a light-hearted one. This would-be thief apparently thought he could outsmart security cameras by throwing a sheet over himself and creeping around like a ghost. While the disguise did hide his face, it definitely didn't hide his actions or stop him from getting caught. Idiot.
Стой, Господи, Боже мой! Когда успокоится все, Господи! Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой! Лосечка мой маленький, Лосечка! Сейчас пойдем, подожди.
Ой, Господи!
Их этот трясет коагулятор. Смотри, он что. Михайловна отодвинула стульчик.
On July 30th, 2025, a powerful magnitude 8.8 earthquake struck off the coast of Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky, Russia, marking the strongest quake in the region since 1952 and ranking among the most powerful ever recorded worldwide. The seismic event prompted widespread tsunami warnings across the Pacific, stretching from Japan and Hawaii to parts of South America and the US West Coast. In Kamchatka, tsunami waves reached heights of up to 16 feet, about 5 meters, while there were reports of damage and some injuries. Remarkably, no fatalities were confirmed. Authorities credited the low death toll to the quake's offshore epicenter, Russia's resilient infrastructure, efficient emergency alert systems, and the remote nature of many impacted areas. What would you do if you saw a stranger's hand come through your mall slide? The homeowner took a drastic approach, whacking the intruder's arm with a bat. This was a lesson the thief wouldn't forget, that's for sure. There's also a camera outside that caught the criminal's point of view. The homeowner must have gotten robbed before, because why was he so prepared? On November 5, 2022, a tense custody exchange turned deadly when a disagreement between a father and a stepfather spiraled out of control. Chad Reed, a 54-year-old father from Leach, Texas, had a long history in the town, having graduated from Louisville High School in 1985 before eventually returning to raise a family. He married Christina, and though their relationship eventually unraveled, they shared custody of their young ones. After the divorce, Chad remarried a woman named Jennifer Reed in September 2021, while Christina also moved on and wed a man named Kyle Carruth. On that November afternoon, Chad went to pick up one of his young ones as allowed by court order, scheduled for 3:15 p.m. But when he arrived at Christina and Kyle's home, things quickly went south. The young one wasn't there, and Kyle immediately confronted Chad, ordering him off the property. Frustrated and confused, Chad engaged in a heated exchange with Christina, while Jennifer recorded from the car. Christina insisted the young one wasn't home and claimed she wanted more time with him, but Chad pointed out that the legal deadline for visitation had already passed.
You keep trying to keep my son from me, I'm fixing to drag you and Anne-Marie and everybody else into court. I'm subpoenaing your mom.
His tempers flared. Kyle escalated the situation by going inside and returning with a weapon. Jennifer could be heard urging someone to call authorities and later said she believed it was a non-lethal device, possibly a stun gun, but that assumption was tragically wrong. Chad challenged Kyle, prompting him to fire a warning shot into the ground between Chad's feet. The confrontation escalated further as the two struggled briefly over the weapon, and Chad gave Kyle a slight shove. That's when Kyle turned, aimed, and fired 2 shots at Chad at close range. Chad collapsed immediately. When police arrived, they found Chad unresponsive and declared him dead on the scene. Kyle claimed self-defense, stating that the couple should have left his property when told. Though the incident was initially headed for trial, the case was ultimately settled out of court under undisclosed terms. Shops in high-crime areas have started catching on to smash-and-grab tactics by installing deadbolts on their exterior doors. In this clip, a group of thieves tries to pull off a quick grab-and-run at a smoke shop, only to discover the doors are locked tight. When they turn around, they are met with a wall of employees closing in, ready to make sure they don't leave empty-handed or unpunished. I knew it was over when the man took his jacket. Encountering something unusual at night can be unsettling, especially when visibility is low and your mind starts filling in the blanks. In this case, a group of bikers, likely somewhere in Asia, came across something bizarre during their ride. Take a look.
¿Lo está grabando, verga? ¡Sí, verga! A la verga, güey. Grave, enfócale, verga. Aquí está enfocando, papá. ¿Qué pedo, verga? No, verga, verga, viene la moto.
I've got a few theories. Could have been someone struggling mentally, or perhaps just an elaborate prank. Both are entirely possible. Still, there's a strange energy to it that suggests there might be more going on beneath the surface. Either way, I'm just glad the group didn't make the classic horror movie mistake of getting closer to investigate. In 2023, the Los Angeles Police Department released chilling CCTV footage in an effort to identify and capture a suspect involved in two bold back-to-back armed robberies. The incidents occurred on the 9th of March 15th around 10:50 p.m. In the footage, a couple is seen walking through a parking lot when they're suddenly confronted by an armed man. With unsettling calm, the suspect forces them to the ground, takes their belongings, and disappears into the darkness. Shockingly, another robbery had occurred less than an hour earlier with nearly the exact same method: gun drawn, valuables demanded, and a swift escape on foot. Authorities believe the same individual is behind both incidents. While it's unclear if he's since been caught, clips like this serve as a stark reminder how vulnerable nighttime outings can be. Delia Johnson and Claudia Banton had been inseparable since childhood, growing up together, working side by side, and staying close through the years. But despite their long-standing bond, the paths they took in life couldn't have been more different. Claudia had a troubled past, including a conviction for forgery, and both women were known to associate with questionable figures. Their relationship began to fall apart when Delia reportedly got into a conflict with Claudia's ex-partner, the father of her child. Allegedly, Delia arranged for a hit on the man, but what she didn't anticipate was that his young daughter, Claudia's child, would be with him at the time. The girl was critically injured in the attack and, despite doctors' best efforts, passed away a week later. Grief-stricken and enraged, Claudia blamed Delia and vowed to take matters into her own hands. The day Claudia's daughter died, a mutual friend of the women was being laid to rest, and both Delia and Claudia attended the funeral. While there, Delia received a phone call inviting her to a nearby gathering. It was all a trap. Several friends at the funeral were allegedly in on it, siding with Claudia in the wake of her devastating loss. As Delia stood on a street in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, unaware of what was about to happen, Claudia pulled up in a white vehicle. Without a word, she approached Delia from behind and shot her in the head execution style, then fired 5 more rounds into her body before calmly walking back to the car and fleeing the scene. Police responded quickly and sent out alerts to nearby units, but a communication breakdown led one officer to mistakenly assume the suspect was male, allowing Claudia to slip away. Claudia fled New York, but authorities tracked her down to Jacksonville, Florida. On November 8th, 3 months after the shooting, U.S. Marshals arrested her and brought her back to face charges. 4 years later, Claudia Bannon, now 46, was convicted of second-degree murder and second-degree criminal possession of a weapon. She was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 23 years before she becomes eligible for parole. Given the tragic circumstances that led to this act of revenge, some argue that Claudia's sentence should have been lighter, but others believe that no matter the motive, justice must be served. What do you think? Was the punishment fair, or should her grief have been taken more into account? Let me know in the comments.
I'm the biggest thing in Akron, man. Who done more shootings than me that's still alive? Who's still alive and still walking around that bitch and done more than me? But you know, that was my past, man. I'm moving out. I'm moving on out, man. People said I ain't allowed back to Ohio.
Illegal cell phones are a major issue in prisons, often used for smuggling operations or coordinating criminal activity. But in this particular case, the phone ended up being more of a problem for the inmate himself. While live streaming on Facebook from behind bars, the prisoner openly confessed to a murder he committed back in 2010.
You scream that no matter what happened, like, bro, yeah. I'm a real nigga. The little real what happened. The streets is the streets, though. It's a cold game.
Hey, bro, that's baby, bro. But you alright? Come on, man. You know?
I'm talking about it's a cold game. I done seen it with my own eyes.
Man, you know,
game cold.
That's what I say, man. Signed up, you know, but it's a lot of out here, man. That be, man. Listen, bro. For everybody, bro. That's why it's always good to just be yourself.
Safe to say, things didn't work out for him. One virtue is tolerance. It can also be described as the ability to put up with delays, issues, or pain without getting upset or irritated. Impatience is the antithesis of patience. There was no justification for this man's impatience. All of this was entirely preventable and his responsibility. He was obviously aware of the road's narrowness and the impending merge of lanes. Nevertheless, he chose to disregard that and attempt to pass at the worst possible moment. According to what I've discovered, this was in Italy. The driver's condition is unresolved though. An electrical worker is recovering after a terrifying close call was captured on dashcam in Denham Springs. The footage shows the man elevated in a lift truck working beneath a traffic light when an 18-wheeler makes a wide right turn and clips the lift from underneath. The impact sends the entire platform jolting, leaving the worker swinging dangerously high above the ground. Miraculously, he escaped with only minor injuries and did not need to be hospitalized. Denham Springs police have confirmed that the incident is still under investigation. This stalker, seen on CCTV, measures his victim and makes his move. He takes her necklace and runs off. What a jerk. This video was recorded in Hialeah, Florida, where officers stumbled upon a blind man who had accidentally fallen into a canal. The man was visibly struggling to keep his head above water when police arrived, prompting a tense and urgent rescue effort. Body cam footage captures the dramatic moment as officers acted swiftly to pull him from the canal and bring him to safety.
Flip him over. No, he's facing down. Flip him over.
No, hold on. Don't. Good? Give me
Make sure he's good. Make sure he's good. Make sure. Hey. Breathe. Come over here. grab him. Go to the side. There it goes. Come on. Keep on. Hey, stay. He has a pulse and he has agonal breathing.
He has a pulse and agonal breathing.
Go.
Let's go.
Grab him under his arm. Grab him. Go. Hey, buddy.
You up?
Alright, he's back. He's back.
He has a pulse.
He's back. He's back. Hey, put him in the recovery position.
Recovery position.
Stand by. Stand by. Stand by. Alright. Good job, guys.
After pulling the man from the canal, officers immediately began performing CPR, working for several tense moments until they were able to expel much of the water from his lungs. Thankfully, the man was successfully resuscitated and went on to survive the harrowing ordeal. On May 20th, 2025, in Magnitogorsk, Russia, a high-speed crash unfolded when a driver lost control on a slick wet road, smashing through roadside barriers before the car burst into flames. Miraculously, the man who was alone in the vehicle managed to escape before collapsing nearby. He was rushed to a medical facility with burn injuries, where tests confirmed he was under the influence of alcohol. Authorities later revealed that the fire ignited due to damage to the car's fuel system caused by the impact. The vehicle was towed to a secure location. The driver now faces charges for drunk driving and destruction of public property. Is plot armor a real thing outside of fiction? Take a look and let me know what you think.
Yeah, that's a This just got and it didn't go through. Let me see. Bro, what the This just... güey. Dios está contigo, güey. Ahorita, güey, nomás fui a comprar, güey. Bro, this got God on his side, bro.
The guy suddenly felt a sharp sting, and when he mentioned it, his friends noticed a visible mark on him. That's when they saw something even stranger. His hoodie had a small hole exactly where he said he was stung. Curious and concerned, he walked to the back of the car, and that's when the shocking truth hit them all. He had somehow been struck by a stray bullet, but incredibly, it hadn't passed all the way through. Absolutely unreal. While it's not exactly a heartwarming tale, this one might still make you smile. A would-be thief hurled a rock through a bakery window in an attempt to break in, but he didn't count on the cleaning lady. Without hesitation, she grabbed her broom and fought back, jabbing and smacking the man in the face multiple times until he stumbled back outside. Realizing the cookie money wasn't worth the beating, the thief gave up and fled the scene empty-handed. The Akihabara district in Tokyo, Japan is well known for its vibrant electronics shops and its more recent transformation into a hub for anime and manga merchandise. It's especially busy on Sundays when the main street is closed to vehicles from noon to 6 p.m., drawing large crowds of shoppers and tourists. But in 2008, Akihabara became the site of one of Japan's most horrifying attacks. Tomohiro Kato, a 25-year-old man from Aomori, turned the popular district into a scene of chaos and tragedy. Once a strong student and athlete in his early school years, Kato's life took a downward turn in high school when his academic performance collapsed. Failing his university entrance exams and enduring constant pressure and punishment from his father, he grew increasingly resentful and withdrawn. Though he eventually trained as a mechanic and found factory work, his relationship with his parents had deteriorated, and he faced mounting debt and job insecurity. After learning he might soon be laid off in June 2008, Kato's mental state spiraled further. He had already attempted suicide in 2006 by crashing into a wall, but this time he planned something far more violent. On June 6, He purchased a dagger, gloves, and a baton from a military supply store, then traveled to Akihabara to sell his laptop and software for cash to rent a 5-ton Isuzu elf truck. On June 8th, just before 12:30 p.m., Kato posted a final string of angry, despairing messages online. Minutes later, he drove the truck straight into a crowd, striking 5 people. Hispanic bystanders rushed to help the injured. Kato exited the truck with a knife and began stabbing people at random, including those aiding the victims. Witnesses described him screaming as he attacked. He tried to escape down a narrow alley, but was quickly surrounded by police and surrendered without resistance. 17 ambulances responded to the scene. 7 people were killed, 3 from the truck impact and 4 from stab wounds. Kato was sentenced to death on March 24, 2011. The sentence was carried out on July 26, 2022 at the Tokyo Detention House. In a scene straight out of a Hollywood heist movie, a quiet day at a check cashing business in Atlanta turned into chaos when an employee behind the counter was startled by a loud crash overhead. Within seconds, ceiling tiles shattered and a robber dropped through, landing just feet away. Moments later, his accomplice followed, descending with a pink Adidas duffel bag in tow. The duo quickly took control, forcing the employee to the ground. Amid a commotion, a customer unknowingly entered but was promptly ordered to leave. The robbers then forced the employee into a secure room where safes were kept. She opened them, and the two filled their bags with over $150,000 in cash. Their exit was far smoother than their dramatic entrance. They slipped out through a back door and vanished in a getaway vehicle. As of the most recent update, the suspects behind the September 3, 2024 robbery have not been caught and likely never will be, at least not for this one. This footage captures the crane collapse that took place at the Kaohsiung port in 2021, an incident that left one person injured. Thankfully, that individual made a full recovery. What makes this clip notable is that it's a much clearer and longer version than the one I shared about a year ago, which had poor quality and limited context. It's interesting to finally see the event unfold from a new high-resolution angle. I Know What You Did Last Summer dropped in July 2025 and quickly reignited the public's obsession with slasher thrillers. But what really got people talking wasn't just the film, it was what started happening in real life. In the weeks following its release, eerie footage began surfacing of a mysterious figure roaming the streets of New York City, cloaked in black and armed with a curved hook. This silent stalker was spotted lurking in parks, pacing sidewalks, and locking eyes with passersby before suddenly giving chase. Witnesses described the individual as tall, theatrical, and unsettling, like they'd stepped right out of a horror movie. And it didn't stop in New York. Over the 4th of July weekend, beachgoers on the West Coast reported similar sightings, sparking rumors that this may be more than just a creepy coincidence. Whether it's a viral marketing stunt or something more sinister, one thing's for sure, this hook-wielding figure has people looking over their shoulders. At a restaurant, a woman notices a live fish on display and, moved by compassion, decides to set it free. She gently picks it up and releases it into a nearby body of water, convinced she's just given the little creature a second chance at life. But just as the fish begins to swim away, nature has other plans. A bird swoops down out of nowhere and snatches it from the surface, ending the rescue in a cruel twist of irony. You may not find this disturbing, but I couldn't help but slip this in here. This is like a scene out of a comedy film. This footage was dangerously close to the edge and was nearly swept away by the powerful current, but his friends managed to grab him just in time, pulling him to safety. Fortunately, no injuries were reported in the incident. In December 2019, the YouTube channel TVR Exploring ventured into a forgotten ghost town known as Engel, located somewhere in Central Asia. Once a bustling settlement where the Soviet Union stationed young workers to operate nearby mines, the town was abandoned after the collapse of the USSR, taking the local mining industry with it. During his exploration near the decaying mine shafts, TVR came across an old adit, a horizontal tunnel once used to extract minerals or circulate air through the mine. Acting on impulse, he chose to enter the passage alone, but what he encountered inside left him deeply unsettled. To this day, he admits he still can't fully explain what happened in that dark, silent tunnel. Keep watching.
That's the workshop we just checked out, and I've decided to continue down this main adit here. It's been more of the same for a while, just bending and twisting through the mountain. I stopped here to show you the stalactites hanging down, which I thought were kind of cool. And that insulator there would suggest they had a pretty significant electrical system here. So keep carrying on that way. I've come to a chamber where things widen out here, and it looks like there's another little workbench here and some equipment. They've got a good drainage system. It's working the way it's supposed to. You see the water's shunted off to the side here and is flowing out, which is what you want. There's some of the stuff on the workbench.
After spotting a set of old tools scattered across a dusty workbench, TVR suddenly hears what can only be described as distant howling or screaming echoing from deeper inside the mine. Freezes, clearly shaken by the eerie sound. Despite the unsettling experience, he makes it clear that he doesn't subscribe to paranormal beliefs. In fact, he openly states that he doesn't think what he heard was anything supernatural, though he admits he has no explanation for it either.
Turn the volume up and listen to that last section again, where I abruptly tapered off. You'll hear this otherworldly scream or howl coming out from deeper within the mine. I am extremely skeptical of the supernatural, but hearing that made all the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It creeped me out.
To his credit, even after being clearly rattled by the chilling sound, he chooses to press on and continue exploring the mine. In the comment section of the video, he later emphasized just how intense the moment was, writing, "It was as loud as someone screaming in another room of your house. The sound echoed off the tunnel walls even after it stopped. The lingering echo only added to the unsettling atmosphere." What do you make of this?
Stuff on the workbench.
Phil Schneider remains one of the most polarizing and mysterious figures in the world of UFO lore and conspiracy theories. His bold claims about alien encounters, government secrecy, and deep underground military bases, often referred to as DUMBs, continue to stir fascination and debate to this day. Born on April 23, 1947, Schneider was a son of Oscar Schneider, a naval medical officer involved in early atomic research. Phil also claimed that his father had been a German U-boat captain during World War II, a statement largely disputed by historical records. Schneider described himself as a geologist and structural engineer who worked on classified government projects for organizations like Morrison-Knudsen, Bechtel, EG&G, and Los Alamos Laboratory. One of his most sensational allegations centered on a 1979 incident in Dulce, New Mexico. According to Schneider, during the construction of an underground base, drilling operations accidentally broke into an alien facility, leading to a deadly confrontation with gray extraterrestrials. He claimed that 66 military and civilian personnel died during the encounter and that he was gravely injured by an alien weapon, suffering burns, radiation damage, and the loss of fingers. Schneider said that the U.S. housed dozens of interconnected underground bases linked by high-speed magnetic trains capable of traveling at Mach 2. These facilities, he alleged, were used not only for advanced military research but also for human containment and secret agendas tied to a proposed New World Order. During his lectures, Schneider presented what he said were alien and advanced composite materials. These included uraninite, a heavy, non-radioactive element said to be used in stealth aircraft, titanium alloys, heat-resistant metals allegedly engineered with alien input, advanced crystalline compounds, materials developed at Los Alamos and used in stealth or hypersonic craft, aurora drops, skin-like fragments from alien craft resistant to extreme heat, Roswell debris, alleged remnants from the 1947 crash, supposedly reverse-engineered into modern tech. Schneider insisted that hostile extraterrestrials were working behind the scenes with global powers to manipulate governments and orchestrate population control. He spoke of human abductions, bioengineering, and sinister experiments tied to this hidden alien agenda. From 1995 onward, he gave over 30 public talks worldwide, presenting as evidence and expressing a personal mission to warn the public. He also believed that his friend Ron Rummel, who published the Alien Digest, was murdered for exposing similar truths. On January 17, 1996, Phil Schneider was found dead in his Oregon apartment. The official cause was suicide, but the details have fueled suspicion. He was found with a catheter cord wrapped around his neck and his hands reportedly bound. Despite his limited mobility due to prior injuries, critics of the investigation point to the absence of a coroner and the quick release of his body as signs of a cover-up. Some believe Schneider was silenced for what he knew. Others, however, cite his mental health history, suggesting schizophrenia and self-harm as a possible explanation. To this day, Schneider's story divides opinion. Skeptics see him as troubled or delusional, while supporters argue that the strange circumstances surrounding his death lend credibility to his claims. Whether viewed as a whistleblower or a mythmaker, Phil Schneider's legacy continues to provoke discussion about the limits of secrecy, the possibility of extraterrestrial life, and the blurry line between fact and conspiracy. Beneath the vibrant, historic streets of Paris lies a hidden world, one that most never see. The Paris catacombs stretch for miles beneath the city, forming a shadowy maze of tunnels that house the remains of over 6 million people. Their bones line the walls in carefully arranged stacks, creating a setting that feels both sacred and deeply unsettling. It was in this eerie underworld that one of the internet's oldest mysteries was born. A grainy 1-minute video believed to have been recorded in the early 1990s emerged, showing what may have been the final moments of a lone explorer lost deep within the catacombs. The footage begins innocently enough. The man moves slowly through the tunnels, flashlight in hand, filming what appears to be a typical urban exploration. But something changes, subtly at first. His breathing quickens. His flashlight flicks around more erratically. It's clear he's no longer just exploring. He's reacting to something or fleeing from it. Then suddenly he breaks into a run. The footage becomes chaotic. Blurred images of skeletal walls and narrow, crumbling passageways flash past as the camera shakes violently. His footsteps grow frantic, echoing through the hollow tunnels. And then, without warning, the camera drops. It lands on the stone floor, facing down a dim, empty corridor. His footsteps fade into the distance, then stop. Silence. The video ends. The man was never identified, never seen again. According to legend, the camera was found sometime later by another explorer in the deeper, less traveled parts of the catacombs. It was still functional, but how it ended up there and who found it remains unclear. No missing person report was ever tied to the footage. No official investigation ever confirmed the video's origin. But there is one detail that stands out: the absence of graffiti. In most parts of the catacombs, names, dates, and symbols left behind by decades of visitors cover the walls. This tunnel, however, was clean, untouched, which suggests the man had ventured far into the undocumented zones, the places even seasoned explorers avoid. So, was it an elaborate hoax? A lost explorer overcome by fear, or something else entirely? We may never know. The camera was found, the man was not. And to this day, the tape remains one of the catacombs' most haunting and unexplained mysteries. The location of the CCTV footage is unknown. However, what I do know is the man in this footage is a hero. This clip is a perfect example why safety training matters. I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure what this guy did, but whatever it was, he moved with lightning speed and absolute precision. His quick reflexes made him look almost superhuman as he jumped into action, and there's a good chance he prevented a serious disaster, possibly even a major explosion. A clip of a container truck and buffalo cart colliding in Vietnam has gone widespread on social media, receiving hundreds of reactions. The incident took place in a residential neighborhood where a man was using a homemade buffalo cart to collect trash. While the cart was parked along the roadside, a container truck suddenly crashed into it from behind, pushing it forward several meters. The impact caused the cart to overturn, spilling garbage across the road. The buffalo fell but quickly got back on its feet and appeared unharmed. Fortunately, the cart owner, who was nearby at the time, was not injured. The horrific video of a terrible crash on China's Ginhua-Liwi-Wenzhou Expressway went viral very fast. The incident happened on August 2nd when a tourist bus tried to reverse on the highway after missing an exit. It was a careless move that would prove to be lethal. Keep watching. Rescue crews quickly arrived and pulled injured passengers from the wreckage as the bus slowly backed up. But an approaching truck that was unable to stop in time crashed into it at high speed, violently throwing passengers from their seats. One passenger was knocked unconscious, while others suffered fractures, contusions, and severe trauma. The truck driver, however, did not survive and was declared deceased at the spot. This footage was recorded in Turkey's Izmir province by a group of people riding in a truck, but what they captured on camera isn't unique to Izmir. It's part of a larger event unfolding across several provinces and even stretching into Syria. What you're about to see is both widespread and deeply unsettling. Take a look.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Tamam, sakin olun gençler. Camı kapat. Camı kapat, camı kapat. Kapat. Camı kapat. Kapat. Kapat. Kapat. Korkmayın, korkmayın. Kapat. Korkmayın. Açıyorum. Açma. Hasbinallah.
Wildfires have been tearing through parts of Turkey, already resulting in multiple injuries and tragically at least one confirmed fatality. Despite deploying several aircrafts to battle the flames, the fires continue to spread and remain largely uncontrolled. Freddie, a passionate storm chaser, was tracking an intense tornado near Holly, Texas, filming its violent movements for his YouTube channel. The storm was fierce with tight rotation visible on radar, and Freddie knew it was about to touch down. The energy in the atmosphere was undeniable as dark clouds swirled, and then suddenly a massive tornado formed on the ground, spinning violently. Storm chasers frequently witness nature's raw power up close, but in this case, Freddie found himself not only documenting destruction, but also battling to save lives.
This is one of the most insane things I've ever seen. I can't believe I'm looking at this right now. Guys, if that doesn't deserve a like, I don't know what does.
As he kept tracking it, something more alarming caught his attention. A second, even more powerful tornado started to form. The weather was changing quickly, and the storm was getting bigger, more violent, and more unpredictable. At first, it looked like this one would move away from a small house in the distance. It was isolated in the middle of the open landscape and seemed to be just out of the storm's reach. But in a terrifying instant, the tornado changed direction and was now headed straight for the house. Inside the house was a family with 2 young children, and Freddie's attention instantly shifted from observing to fearing for their lives.
There comes the debris. You gotta watch the poles. Gotta watch the poles. Gotta watch the poles.
When the tornado hit the house, the building could not withstand the storm's destructive power. The house was torn apart in a second, sending wood fragments and debris flying like paper. The storm then swept away the remnants, leaving behind nothing but a path of total destruction.
Absolute violent tornado. Just violent. Right here. Gotta get ready to back up. If it comes at us. Gotta get ready to back up if it comes back toward us. I think we're good though.
When it was safe to do so, Freddie hurried to the wreckage in a desperate attempt to find out if anyone had survived. His camera was still rolling when he recorded the scene, which showed complete devastation. The house was reduced to nothing but broken rubble. And then a man, a woman, and 2 kids emerged from the wreckage, running towards Freddie's car. They were covered in blood, dirt, and debris, and their faces were filled with shock and fear.
Oh my gosh. There's people. There's people. Get in! Get in the car! Get in the car!
Please, God, help!
Open the door, get in! Come on, guys! Get in the other side! Other side! Other side! Come on!
Come on!
Come on!
Please get us! I need your phone. I gotta call my mom.
Right here, get in!
Get in! I know. Look at me, look at me. I gotta look where you're bleeding, okay? Look at me, like.
We gotta get to the hospital, buddy. Do you know where the nearest hospital is?
The family was still in a panic, trying to comprehend what had occurred, but they had managed to survive despite losing everything they owned, including their home. Freddie opened his car doors right away and urged them into, and they were all safely inside. Freddie drove away, determined to get them the help they needed, even though the road was still dangerous with fallen power lines and debris all over the place. He told emergency responders where they were and made sure they would get medical attention right away when they arrived. Despite everything, the whole family survived, even though they were injured and lost their home, but they had each other, and that was what mattered most in the end. Recently posted on Reddit by user BTD024 under the simple title "What Could This Be?", the eerie image features a haunting screenshot from a baby monitor captured precisely at 2:38 a.m. In the image, a child can be seen peacefully sleeping in bed, but what makes the scene so disturbing is the presence of a dark, shadowy figure in the foreground, positioned alarmingly close to the bedside. The figure appears to have a hand reaching up toward the child. According to the Reddit user who posted the image, no one else was in the room at the time. They also mentioned that their dog, who was present and typically barks at any movement or intruder, remained completely silent that night, lending further credibility to their claim. The post quickly gained traction, earning a flood of upvotes and sparking heated debate. Viewers speculated everything from a paranormal presence to a trick of the light, but so far, no explanation has fully accounted for the eerie figure. Was this truly a supernatural moment captured on a baby monitor, or is there a logical answer that remains hidden? What do you think? In a parking lot in East China, a careless motorist was captured on film losing control of her car and causing devastation in her wake. If you were thinking that this was the end of it, you were mistaken. The clip depicts a black car driver who, for some reason, strikes the parked car in front of him and pushes it out of the way. The driver then begins to move backwards, and at one point, the car smashes into a garage wall, completely destroying it. What do you make of this? Denise Pillon, a French woman, started filming the video in July 2015 with no intention of catching anything strange. At first glance, it appeared to be an innocuous moment in her kitchen, but in a matter of seconds, it turned into something far more scary.
Je vais appeler maman. Olivier? Oli? Olivier? Oli? Ah! Oli? C'est vraiment pas drôle, là. Je vais appeler maman. Ça a bougé. Maman! Maman!
Denise's breath becomes labored and her panic is apparent when the room's objects start to move on their own without notice, and the disruptions get more violent. Strangely, this would be the last film she ever uploaded. There were no attempts to confirm or refute what had happened, and an invisible force flinging objects across the room leaves Denise too scared to continue. Some people think Denise captured real paranormal activity, while others contend it might have been a complex deception. However, without more details, the truth is uncertain. Almost 10 years later, whether genuine or not, there is no doubt that Denise's dread was genuine. Concord police officers continued pursuing one of the suspects, 29-year-old Cruz Vargas of San Jose, who was armed with a handgun illegally modified to be fully automatic and equipped with a high-capacity drum magazine. During the chase, officers witnessed Vargas attempt to carjack another vehicle. At that moment, one officer discharged his firearm, striking Vargas. He was immediately taken into custody, received on-scene medical aid, and was later transported to a local hospital for treatment.
Oh my gosh. Ahí van las de estas. Ángela, no.
Where we go? Where? Hey, sorry, God, I'm just trying to carjack someone. Hey! Let me see your hands! Hey! Hey, come back! Let me see your hands! Stop!
You okay? Mary 215. He's outbound.
Okay, he stalled out. You got a mask on, we're flipping a U-turn, going back on Sage. Sorry, my bad.
Meanwhile, San Jose police responded to assist in locating the second suspect.
He's got a mask on. They couldn't really see if there was anybody else in the car, but he looks like he's solo. Going about 70 miles an hour.
Officers found 21-year-old Elijah Phillips, also of San Jose, still in possession of the money taken during the credit union robbery. It was later discovered that Vargas was on CDCR parole for a previous carjacking, and Phillips had outstanding warrants for domestic violence and theft.
Where's San Jose PD? Or no, Peters. Okay, blew the red light at Marietta and Station. Blew the red light at Sierra Road. Going about 60 miles an hour in that one lane. Traffic is medium. Okay, where's he at now? There he is. Okay, right in the shoulder. Okay, back. We're just passing commercial. Okay, I lost sight of him now. I'm not in pursuit. I lost them. But Bayshore, he took Bayshore? Okay, I got him. He's right coming up over the freeway on Mulberry. Making a right turn on Mulberry Road. And myself and a couple wrong side of the road. Okay, just TC'd with somebody right in front of 880. Suspect is, two suspects running. Okay, one suspect, black shirt, all black, handgun, running down Timothy and Mulberry. The other one is in a gray, all gray, with the firearm. Both have firearms.
I'm supposed to black shirt wearing a black handgun running down Timothy. There's two males, so.
He's got a firearm with him.
Location, are they running on?
Stand by. 999. Mulberry. Get on the ground! Get on the ground! He's got a gun with a drum on it. Stay down! Get on the ground! Get on the ground now. Get on the ground now.
Vargas survived the gunshot wound. According to court documents, Contra Costa County prosecutors have filed multiple charges against him, including armed robbery, carjacking, and numerous weapons violations. Phillips faces similar charges, multiple counts of armed robbery and carjacking, along with a charge for possessing a machine gun. A man is seen mowing his lawn carelessly in a suburban backyard on a sunny day when the lawnmower suddenly bursts, sending the blade several feet into the air. The man falls back unscathed, but obviously astonished by what has happened. Although infrequent, lawnmower explosions can happen when fuel vapors burn within or near the engine. This can be brought on by a malfunctioning gas cap, a leaking fuel line, or overheating close to dry grass clippings and combustible objects. Fortunately, this explosion did not result in any injuries, but it serves as a reminder that even common equipment can present serious risks if something goes wrong under the hood. In certain cases, a spark from a damaged blade striking a hidden rock or metal object can ignite vapor built up in the mower's housing. Another possibility is pressure building up in the fuel system if the mower was left in the sun with a sealed gas tank. If you look up bad drivers on YouTube, you'll find no shortage of reckless behavior, but this one stands out. It's the kind of mistake that makes you question how it was even possible in the first place. The CCTV footage was captured on January 31st, 2025, somewhere in China, exact location unknown, but honestly, that detail hardly matters. What stands out is how the driver managed to confuse the gas and brake pedals for such an extended period. It was later confirmed that this was exactly what happened. Hard to believe, but incredibly alarming. A disturbing event recently revealed by gamer and content artist Honeypug Plays is making people more concerned about the quickly developing field of artificial intelligence.
So when AI does take over, we're going back to like when AI does take over. Why are you lighting up when I say that?
This unsettling episode rapidly went viral online, igniting heated discussions about the possible dangers and ramifications of AI technology. People who are already wary of AI advancements point to pop culture examples and past cautions from leaders like Bill Gates, Elon Musk, and Stephen Hawking, who have all expressed concern about AI's unforeseeable capacity to surpass human control. Such incidents draw attention to the fine line that separates convenience from surveillance, making people wonder how much of our private chats these devices actually know. A video captures a dramatic scene in Mashhad, Iran, where a cell phone thief was quickly captured by plainclothes police patrols. The encounter lasted less than 10 seconds and happened on a crowded sidewalk. The robber is seen in the video trying to run away before an officer tackles him. Witnesses commended the prompt action, demonstrating how well the police are able to reduce street crime. The suspect is currently in custody pending additional investigation, according to authorities who verified the arrest. This dashcam footage recorded in 2023 in Oakland, California, captures a tense and dangerous situation that unfolded on the road. While driving, a woman noticed the car ahead of her moving far too slowly, especially for a road with a high speed limit. What started as a minor annoyance quickly turned into something far more unsettling. From that moment on, things began to escalate. Here's what happened next.
Come on now, quit. No. Ah!
a white Dodge Charger suddenly swerved and came to a dead stop, blocking the woman's path in the middle of the road. Two men who appeared to be armed jumped out and began banging on her window, demanding that she get out of the vehicle. Panicked, she screamed and ran from the car, likely a split-second instinct to survive. As of July 2023, no official updates have been released about the incident, but authorities believe the suspects may be tied to a string of carjackings in the area. You've likely heard about the tragic plane crash that struck Philadelphia on January 31st, 2025. It was a devastating event that left many shaken, but amid the chaos and heartbreak, one story stood out, a true miracle that no one expected. A man had a terrifying brush with death when a piece of metal from a plane crash struck him in the head while he was dining inside a restaurant nearly 800 meters from the crash site. The metal shard shattered a window and hit him, but remarkably he survived. The same cannot be said for those on board the aircraft. The plane was carrying 6 people, a child who had just received medical treatment in the city, the child's mother, and 4 crew members. Tragically, all of them perished in the crash. Local authorities, including the National Transportation Safety Board, the FBI, and the Federal Aviation Administration, are combing through the wreckage to determine what caused the aircraft to go down. This man's survival against such violent odds stands as a stark reminder just how unpredictable and fragile life can be. Investigators from the York Regional Police Hold-Up Unit are currently searching for 5 suspects involved in a violent home invasion in Markham. The incident occurred around 4:40 a.m. on Sunday, June 22, 2025 at a home near Riverbend Road and Campbell Court. According to police, 5 individuals broke into the residence by smashing a rear glass door while the homeowners were asleep. Inside, one of the victims was assaulted with a weapon as the suspects demanded money and jewelry. The group then fled the scene in the victim's Lexus sedan. The victim suffered minor injuries but did not require hospitalization. All 5 suspects were reportedly dressed in black clothing, wearing gloves and masks to conceal their identities. The investigation remains active. This unsettling footage captures a Pantsir missile system launching in Smolensk, Russia. According to the uploader, the missile was intended to intercept a Ukrainian drone. However, some commenters believe it may have struck an apartment building instead. Regardless of the target, it's the kind of sight no one wants to witness outside their window, especially at night. In the remote wilderness of Alaska, Mount Hayes has become the center of a growing UFO mystery. Towering over 8,000 feet and sitting inside the infamous Alaska Triangle, this mountain has long been linked to strange disappearances and unexplained lights. But now, thanks to a declassified CIA document, rumors of a hidden alien base beneath the mountain have reignited interest. Locals report glowing orbs and fast-moving lights in the sky. Some even claim to have seen figures vanish without a trace. One former security officer, Jared Augustine, described watching an orb split into 3 separate lights right in front of him. Satellite images show odd data gaps near the peak, which internet users think could be deliberate cover-ups. The theory gained traction when details from the CIA Stargate program revealed a psychic remote viewer describing an underground facility beneath Mount Hayes, staffed by strange beings in high-tech gear. Meanwhile, the mountain's eerie reputation is backed by real-world tragedy. More than 2,000 people have disappeared in the region since the 1970s, including U.S. House Majority Leader Hale Boggs. His plane vanished without a trace during a massive search in 1972. So, is Mount Hayes hiding something extraordinary, or are these just stories fueled by isolation and fear? Either way, it remains one of the strangest and most captivating places in America. Surpassing the speed limit. The passenger seat is occupied by the driver's boyfriend, who is understandably very anxious. Keep watching and find out why.
Hey, I'm Officer Versal, the police department. The only reason I pulled you over, man, because you were going 59 and 40. Are you the registered owner? No, my mom. Okay, your mom. Does anybody have a medical marijuana card or stop card?
I do. But
You have a medical marijuana card? Okay.
no, I mean, I just moved here, so I don't have my personal name.
Okay, do you have a, is it out of Florida?
It's here.
Where's your medical?
This is my mom's card.
Okay, I could ask my dispatch.
I have it at my mom's house, so I literally just.
Okay, cool.
So I left my purse at her house.
Okay.
I have a picture of it as well.
Okay, perfect. You got one too.
But I have one too as well.
When's the last time y'all smoked in the vehicle?
I've never smoked in the vehicle. This is my mom's car.
Do you guys have, is there a reason why it smells like it? Do you guys have
This is my
anything
mom's
with
car.
you?
I was just in the garage and just asked if I could come to McDonald's.
Okay. Is there anything on you at also? Like, okay, not even like, is it on your prescribed, if it's in the prescribed container, then that's fine.
Nothing is in here.
Okay. Huh?
By law, you have to keep it at home.
Well, unless it's in your prescribed container.
You're
You
still
just
not
can't
allowed
smoke
to
it.
take it. I have to keep it at home.
Okay, so you know a lot more than I do.
Yes, ma'am. You are not allowed.
Okay. Is there anything illegal in the vehicle, such as guns, drugs, paraphernalia? Okay, do you mind if I take a quick look in your vehicle and I get you guys out of the way? Okay, do you have anything on your person?
No, I don't have my purse on me.
No, anything on your person?
No.
Where are you guys coming from?
Useless. That's where we just went.
No, where are you guys coming from?
Useless, my house.
Okay, yes, we are. This is
Yeah, useless.
Okay.
I'm not allowed to smoke in your car.
Beyond the car. If you guys want to stay over there.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you guys want to stay over there.
We'll stand over here. If it's more comfortable, you can lean up against the car. Just put your hands.
So when I pull off marijuana thing here, we're gonna see.
Police check the car and make a discovery, sealing the boyfriend's fate.
Turn around, put your hand behind your back.
Huh?
Turn around and put your hands behind your back.
For what?
What you talking about?
For what?
We'll figure it out in a minute. Huh?
Your concealed weapons permit.
Don't tense up. Don't tense up. Don't tense up.
Babe, calm down first
Why
of
you
all.
tensing?
Be compliant, babe. Calm down. This is
There's a
mom's.
fucking gun under your seat.
This is my mom's car. First of all, this is my mom's car. This is
Okay,
not.
well, he's under arrest for...
Bro, why you gotta tense up like that, bro? We
What?
could have
This
just
is my
handcuffed
mom's
you and we
car.
could have just dealt with this.
This is my mom's car.
But that's fine. But for now, you're just gonna go in cuffs. You're just being detained. That's all you had to do was go in cuffs and chill. Why you gotta tense up like that? Because now that makes you look bad. Do you
But
see
he
what
has
I'm
no
saying,
right
though?
because of court.
Do you see what I'm saying, though?
I'm not backing up because
Wanna
you have
stand
no
right
right
over
to
there for
arrest
me?
him. This is my mother's car.
Okay.
This is my mother's car. You guys have, babe, they have no right. This is my mom's car.
Right
They
now,
have-
you're going to be placed under arrest for
I don't give a
resisting
fuck.
arrest.
This is
All
my
right.
mom's car, so we could
Excellent.
call my mom right now. So you have no right to
Take her
arrest.
for resisting.
I don't give a fuck, bro. I don't give a fuck. Stop.
The two resisted arrest, and the woman, being very entitled, talked about money, which is ironic considering she doesn't have her own car.
No, because you're not gonna take it for something that isn't even his. I don't care, bro. Call my mom. I don't give a fuck. This is my mom's car. I literally just fucking moved here to come get fucking McDonald's. I don't give a fuck on me.
Damn.
Okay, well, I need to switch your person.
Keep laughing because y'all make $20 an hour, bro.
I make more than you.
$20.65, bro, on Indeed. Okay, I make way more than you.
$21.65.
Shouldn't believe everything you read on the internet.
Have a seat in the car.
Whatever, bro.
Hey, use that expensive money to find out.
Yeah, I will.
It's going to be a Diamondback 380 auto.
Where's your keys? Okay. We're gonna have to leave it with the vehicle because your vehicle is being towed, okay?
Can I call my sister to come get it?
Nope.
Why?
Because you lost that chance.
Yeah, you lost any opportunity to...
You're more than fuck.
God bless you.
This is his stuff.
Trinity was charged with resisting arrest without violence and later released on a $1,000 bond. At her arraignment on April 27th, she entered a not guilty plea and said she would retain private counsel. The case experienced multiple delays due to court scheduling issues and a judge reassignment, with various hearings set for plea negotiations, sentencing, and trial. Despite missing several court dates, The state ultimately filed a notice of no information on August 16, 2022, opting not to pursue the case. As a result, the case was dismissed and her bond was discharged. Her boyfriend, 27-year-old Marquis, faced charges of resisting an officer without violence and unlawfully carrying a concealed weapon. He was released on bond and assigned a public defender. His case also saw multiple continuances, partly due to missed court appearances and a change in defense counsel. On October 13, 2022, he entered a no-contest plea to both charges. The judge withheld adjudication on one charge and found him guilty on the other, sentencing him to 120 days in county jail, with 82 days credited for time already served. His sentence was set to run concurrently with a separate case, and the firearm involved was forfeited to law enforcement. He was also ordered to pay court costs and informed of any immigration-related consequences tied to his conviction. This footage, taken by a nearby resident, is incredibly beautiful. I wonder what was going through their mind as they filmed the devastating event that occurred in the Nala substation in PTOR, South Africa on February 18, 2025. A voltage transformer exploded, causing a fire that lit up the sky and caused widespread power outages across several eastern suburbs of the city. On June 2, 2025, a call to the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office reported a suspicious person at the St. Augustine Premium Outlets. Deputies soon located a suspect who was driving erratically through the mall area, swerving out of his lane, going the wrong way, and even tossing trash out the window. When a deputy tried to pull him over, the driver refused to stop, slammed on his brakes repeatedly, and flipped off the deputy, trailing him. Due to clear signs of impairment and reckless behavior, a pursuit began. The suspect sped onto State Road 16, weaving into oncoming traffic to dodge vehicles and nearly causing several head-on crashes. Deputies eventually used stop sticks to blow out his tires and executed a pit maneuver to bring the car to a halt.
He's going westbound and eastbound traffic. Please go ahead and cut it off.
Westbound, eastbound lane.
Get out of the car! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
Bueno. Stand up.
The driver, identified as 27-year-old William Middleton, was arrested and charged with DUI, reckless driving, fleeing and eluding, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Check out the insanity that occurs here. There is a lot of false material circulating on social media about a Bell 407 helicopter owned by the Muscle that was involved in an accident on June 13, 2025, but the pilot reportedly survived. The Muscle also owns the chopper. On February 15, 2025, the MSC BTEC-3, a 207-meter-long container ship weighing over 33,000 tons, lost power roughly 12 nautical miles off the coast of Bay Island, Newfoundland, Canada. Severe weather conditions with winds surpassing 120 kilometers per hour and waves reaching 6 meters high made it impossible for the vessel to drop anchor. As a result, the ship ran aground near the aptly named Wild Cove. Fortunately, all 20 crew members were safely airlifted by a Canadian Coast Guard helicopter soon after the incident, with no injuries reported. Ibrahim Al-Salti, a well-known paranormal explorer, has built a reputation for documenting chilling and unexplained events, but one video filmed deep inside an isolated cave may be his most disturbing yet. As he navigates through the narrow pitch-black passages, his flashlight scanning the jagged walls, everything seems typical until something truly unsettling happens. For just a moment, a set of unnaturally thin fingers reaches through a narrow crack in the rock, moving in a way that doesn't seem human.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم حسنا كعيان حسنا خذه في باطن هذا البئر خذه هي نزل يا عمي قول يا رب شفت كيف طلع يديه شفت كيف شفت قول يا رب فيش خوف يا عمي قول يا رب
The moment is brief but unmistakable, and when viewers slowed down the footage, the eerie detail became even more pronounced. The fingers weren't part of a shadow, a reflection, or a trick of perspective. They were real, visible, and raw. The internet exploded with speculation, ranging from elaborate hoax to something truly unexplainable, but no one could offer a definitive answer. Whatever was hiding in that cave, it left behind a single haunting image, something reaching out from the darkness. The moment is so brief that it's easy to miss at first, but as the footage gained traction, racking up over 250,000 likes and thousands of comments, viewers began to scrutinize the chilling scene frame by frame. Many were convinced this wasn't just an ordinary encounter. Some claimed it was evidence of a jinn, a supernatural entity rooted in Middle Eastern folklore and often believed to inhabit remote, desolate places like caves. Ibrahim's established presence in the paranormal community only intensified the debate. His experiences have been covered by Arabic news outlets, and he's even been interviewed on the show Studio Al Arab to discuss his past encounters. Over the years, he's claimed to witness everything from disembodied voices to shadowy figures, and now possibly a jinn reaching through the darkness. Whether the footage is authentic or carefully staged, it has stirred widespread unease and left countless viewers wondering what might be lurking just beyond the edge of sight. A video captured during a climb shows a heart-stopping moment as a climber suddenly loses their grip and slips. The fall is brief but could end it in disaster. What prevents tragedy is a small yet crucial detail, a simple stopper knot tied at the end of the rope. Without it, the climber might have fallen straight through the belay system, making this quiet precaution a life-saving one.
Alrighty boys, this is why you tie knots in the end of your rope, or else you might just wrap off the end.
Yeah, baby! Yeah! This is nutty! Look at that view!
That end knot serves a critical purpose. It prevents the carabiner from slipping off the rope entirely if the climber descends too far. Without it, going past the end of the rope could result in a total system failure and a potential deadly fall. It's a basic safety measure, often overlooked, but in this case, it was the one detail that made all the difference between a scare and a tragedy. This video captures a heart-stopping moment when a young Cornell student heroically pulled an injured man off the subway tracks just seconds before a train would have struck him. It's unclear how the man ended up there, whether he fell, collapsed, or something else, but he was clearly in no condition to climb out on his own. Thanks to the student's quick thinking and selfless action, a life was saved that day. On July 21, 2025, just after 1 a.m., an Oklahoma City police officer spotted a red truck swerving over the center line on S-High near Southeast 29th Street. When the officer attempted to pull the driver over, the vehicle sped off, sparking a brief but reckless chase through residential neighborhoods. During the pursuit, the driver, later identified as 18-year-old Daniel Placenia Lopez, struck a police cruiser, hit a parked car, and even tore through someone's front yard before crashing into a telephone pole.
just hit another car pulling up in the driveway, going westbound on 42nd. All the road going through Phillips westbound. He hit my car. Yeah, 10-4. He almost hit me with the car.
Copy for a second there.
Like that again.
You're managing supervisor.
Get out! Show me your hands! Show me your hands!
He crashed out.
Show me your hands right now! Show me your hands!
Your call has been updated. Your call has been updated.
On unit 1033.
Right hand! Put your right hand up! Put your hands up! Put your hands up! Get out of the car! Get out of the car! Get out of the car!
Everybody slow down. We got enough fire.
Officers quickly surrounded the vehicle, and Blasenia surrendered without resisting further. However, he appeared visibly shaken and repeatedly insisted he hadn't done anything wrong. Inside the truck, police found an open alcoholic beverage, and the strong smell of alcohol raised more red flags. Blasenia is now facing multiple charges, including DUI under 21, assault, and battery on an officer, leaving the scene of an accident with property damage, reckless driving, and attempting to elude the police. This next video comes from Timber Giant Bigfoot, who posted it back in 2013. It was filmed in southern Ontario and appears to show what might be a Bigfoot. But here's the part that really caught my attention. It seems to be carrying a baby. I hadn't seen this clip before, but it's definitely one of the more intriguing ones. Take a look for yourself.
It looks like a tree. It looks just like a tree. Look at that. Oh, where is it? Where is that? Sweet. I'm behind it, I guess. And I'll see what happens. I don't know if I should do this or not. It's not even. Holy, where is it? Oh, look at this. Holy.
You can see the figure stand up and quickly run off, and right after that, he walks over to where it had been sitting. Here's what he finds.
It was right here. Look at this. It's still warm. Look at it.
After the video was posted, several experts took the time to analyze it frame by frame, and they noticed something most viewers missed. The leading theory is that the creature was carrying a baby Bigfoot. If you look closely, you can even see the smaller figure clinging to what appears to be its mother as she lifts it up. But I'll leave the final judgment to you. What do you think? Thanks for watching. Stay vigilant, friends.